Hello everyone. Welcome to my stream today. This one we're gonna talk a lot about React, like the title says, and I mean a lot about React. Uh, I've talked about React a bunch on various streams at different times, different aspects of it, but I thought it was probably a good time to finally just like address the whole thing and kind of really give my thoughts on React because I don't think it's what a lot of people expect, and I keep on getting pulled into these conversations and seeing these dialogues that I'm not like particularly happy with, and I think it misrepresents React, misrepresents myself as well, and what I like my perspective on the frameworks. And yeah, I mean, the truth of the matter is React is like holistically looking at the whole progression of React, probably my favorite JavaScript framework, which a lot of people don't expect me to say that. So, I'm just putting that out there. So yeah, I'm just kind of rambling here while I get some stuff going on. Actually, I should probably post that I'm live on Twitter. So bear with me. Come say hi in the chat. Um, let's see where we are. Where is my stream? Yes. Quote tweet it. We're live. How's it going, everyone? All right. Oh, great. People saying hi. Got the popcorn. Yeah, see, people expecting something spicy here, and there might be something spicy here, but it's not what you're expecting. Hi. Uh, Everyone's around. That's awesome. Hey, Theo. Thanks for popping in. Yeah. Hey. Yeah, just doing all the welcomes. Make sure I take a little sip from my drink here. Yeah, no, for sure. I React really is amazing. Someone was saying that in the channel. React amazing, my first framework club. Yeah. It wasn't mine though. To be fair, I've been at this a little bit longer, and that gives me a little bit of perspective, perhaps, which is kind of what I want to bring to the conversation here. And it's funny, like as I was saying before, I'm bound to get pulled into these conversations about React because, like, I'm working on a different JavaScript framework, a framework that looks like React, and I mean the comparison is going to be made whether you like it or not. But I've I haven't always been a fan of React, but it's undeniable, its impact. Anyways, I'm going to talk more about that in a minute. I'm actually just rambling right now to try and give people some time to join on. It seems like every few seconds I wait, more people join on, more people will see what's going on. It's a great muffin. I've spent like all morning collecting these clips. It's been a very busy week for me, actually. I've been working on solid 1.5 bug fixes. I've been working on solid start. For those of you who've been waiting for a bump up on solid start, happened last night. So we got 1.5 in solid start. But I've got 2 conference talks coming up. I'm talking at React Finland, September 15th, I believe, and I'm going to be live there in Finland. And I'm also talking at VConf in the beginning of October, which is pre-recorded, so I have to get the recording in this week as well. Or next week. So been working a lot on conference talks, and that's partially why I've been kind of thinking about this stuff and kind of reviewing or reflecting on where things are at, so to speak. All right, good. Yeah, see more and more people coming in on Twitch and on YouTube. Which, by the way, I guess I'm supposed to say if you haven't subscribed yet or whatever, go click the follow button or whatever. Do I sleep with my earrings? I just caught that. Yeah, I actually tend to. I take them out, wash them, from here and there, but I tend to actually sleep with them. I'm so used to it at this point. All right. Yeah, so I guess I'm supposed to get started. Just give me 2 seconds here. Let's just 2 more seconds to give people a little bit more time. All right. It's funny because I was debating to start with this week in JavaScript. But the truth of, because like so much of the conversations are why I ended up here. I didn't really have an idea for a stream this week. And but I think it's probably better to just go right into this, and we'll worry about this week in JavaScript later. All right. So, shall we get started? Yeah, nice to see everyone. All right. See this? These are great tips. See, this is the funniest thing. This is why I need to do this stream. People think that I tried to fix React. It's so funny. I have no interest in fixing React, and I think, yeah. Let's get started here so I can actually address this question directly. All right. So, yeah, I'm just gonna start right here because to have a stream like I'm going to have today, it's going to be filtered by my bias, my perspective, and that's something anyone who's listening has to take into consideration. I also would love for people to be participating in the chat and put in their opinions too. I'll address them and talk through them as we go because honestly, there's a lot of thinking and thought that go into this stuff. I mean, from higher level vision to API designs, and I would love to get into any of those details with anyone given the chance, just because like there's so much here. This is why I wasn't worried about doing a stream like this, because I knew I could pretty much walk in with almost no prep and talk for like 4 hours about React, and like no problem. This is just one of those subjects where it's like, if someone asked you to give a talk with no prep, could you do it? And I'm like, yeah, definitely. Part of it is because my passion and interest of being kind of like a JavaScript web historian a bit. So it just plays into it quite well. So yeah, and to be fair, yes. Yeah, exactly. That's why I have to answer this question, because I think that it's confusing. I know no one was actually suggesting that it was an insult. I think the best of everyone here in my chat, in the community. So just, yeah, let's go here. First thought, I low my entire career to React. Yeah, I don't, but then I do. Like let's kind of start here. So first thing I want to say is, yeah, no hate here. There's no hate. I don't want people to kind of like build up this narrative. There's no need for it. People, I want people in chat to give their comments and talk about what they like or didn't like, or be descriptive, but there's no hate here. React isn't broken from my perspective. I want to be very clear. I do not think React is broken. I think React is a different model. One that perhaps I might not think is the most intuitive for certain things or the best at solving all problems, but there's nothing I don't find anything inherently broken about React. It makes a lot of sense to me. I think React is very, very, very well designed. So I want to kind of put that out here. And I think it's also really, really important for people to understand that Solid doesn't fix React. React is a completely different paradigm. And it was kind of a funny thing, because most people, not most, but a good number of people I know kind of assume, well, you saw React, you saw a way of improving it, and that's why you created Solid.js. That's kind of something logical. You see the JSX, you see the similar looking hooks API, and you're like, this guy found a way to solve React with slightly different trade-offs. That's Solid.js. But the actual story is like nothing like that. The truth of the matter is, I saw React back in 2013, looked at it, and was like, God, I hate this. Like, I don't like this. And it was a first reaction. I was trying to be open-minded to kind of like come in and be like, okay, well, yeah, this kind of trades off here, try and see the similarities. But for the most part, my takeaway was like, I don't know. I mean, I like my Pug template separate from my JavaScript logic. You know, I don't know if I like JSX. I don't know if I like any of this stuff. I did see a lot of similarities to what I was already doing, which we'll talk about in a bit. But I was just like, okay, well, React is kind of interesting, but I prefer using Knockout.js and fine-grained reactivity and composing stuff using primitives and stuff like that. So I wasn't in the market for React. I saw the class component. I mean, it wasn't even real class components. It was like old school faux class prototype kind of wrapper type components. And I was just like, man, these lifecycle functions and stuff, they remind me of ASP.NET. I don't like components with life cycles. I hate them. I mean, I said no hate on the stream, but where I was sitting, I was just like, this is just not for me. So, like, we're gonna review this when we go through React's history, but I just want to kind of put this in perspective to people. So I'm just sitting there working on Knockout and fine-grained reactivity, and I start seeing people talk more and more about React and see performance benchmarks. And as I said, this is going to parallel through, my story is going to come out through the majority of what we talk about today. But what I want you to understand was I saw React as a solution to the problems I was having with reactive libraries. The same arguments they made when they first presented React. I looked at it and I was like, it isn't necessarily that I have to do what they're doing. I just have to understand the value of what they're doing and then apply it to fine grain. And I did that. So I wasn't trying to fix React. I was like, React's over here. I'm fine with that. I wanted to fix reactive libraries, and I saw an opportunity. So I looked at that and I was like, okay, well, yeah, maybe two-way binding isn't great. Maybe like it's kind of chaotic. And if we do this kind of separation, of read and writes, we can control things better. But I'm like, this is tricky because I've got all these like primitives, like separate little pieces. I don't have these components that re-render. How do I do this? And that's when I started working on Solid and trying to solve those problems. It was trying to figure out how to make reactivity more predictable, to make it, do what I wanted to do. And that's what I said. I didn't think anyone else would like it. Honestly, I was just like, oh, okay, well, I love reactivity. Some people at my work love reactivity. Maybe we can use this and it'd be really cool. And I've got some better patterns here now. We aren't like blowing up the world on every change because of some crazy butterfly effect. Good kind of, not immutable, but good read-write segregation. And we were building this stuff on top of Knockout at my work. It was just logical that I'd try and build a better version of Knockout using these patterns that I'd applied on top of Knockout that I'd basically inspired by React. And at a certain point, not even the earliest days, if you watch my stream, I decided that JSX was a good thing too. And that, this modularity should continue into the view code. And what that ended up meaning was I had a JSX framework with all these little fine-grained primitives. And I was like, I'm kind of happy. I like it. Maybe we'll use it at work. And then I found a benchmark online and I was like, I want to enter it. I want to show that reactivity is fast. Like I know it is, because, I'd seen some other stuff that suggests otherwise, and we'll cover that in the stream today. And I just knew that I could do amazing things with this approach. Then React released hooks. And then I was just like, I was talking to someone earlier today, Theo, because he was saying like the hooks announcement was really, groundbreaker for him. And if you ever watch that talk, and I'll pull it up here a little later, it starts with Dan doing the technical explanation, and then Ryan Florence gives like this really great real demo. And Theo was like, when Ryan got through that demo, I was just like sold. It just, everything aligned and it made sense. But for me personally, I was like, I got 2 minutes in, Dan showed the hooks, and I was just like, oh my God. I knew what that would mean. I was like, never in a million years did I think React would go that way. And we'll talk more about that. But I suddenly was like, they just created something that looks like Solid.js, and they're telling everyone they should use it. I mean, I'm sure like no one here had heard of any of my work before that point. Like that's when the moment happened. So to be very clear, I never tried to improve on React. They just happened to do the most unexpected thing, and we found ourselves here. So do I owe my career to React? I don't know, but I definitely wouldn't be here. Right? I can understand coming in after the fact, like people kind of coming in and being like, oh yeah, it looks like React. There is a React influence, I can't deny that. But it's like not what you think. I, I've done React development. I've done mostly React Native actually. And, I understand I do, and benchmarks and demos and stuff, but I haven't maintained giant React apps. My experience with giant React apps didn't happen until post hooks. That was the point when I convinced my company that Solid wasn't quite ready yet, and it was probably a good thing because I ended up leaving anyways, and we had really restrained resources to actually go to React, and hooks are a big part of why I did that, because I was like, React finally has some of those qualities that I think are really important in the framework. But I just wanted to be clear, I don't view what I've done as fixing React. All right. I hope I made my point there. And so when I look at this, I'm going to try, as I said, I can't deny my own bias, but I want you to know that I do have a perspective here and a way that I'm framing. So you can see that in my perspective, and you can say what it is, in some ways at the beginning of React, they got more credit than they deserve in some sense. But moving forward several years later, from my perspective, they get less credit than they deserve today and more criticism than they deserve. So like there's this weird kind of contrast going on in the sense that early days of React, you have the whole histories written by the victors kind of scenario where people's memory is a little bit shady, and they kind of assume like things didn't happen as smoothly as the history books would have you believe, so to speak. But similarly, years later, when you have this giant incumbent that dominates the whole industry, I think they get a lot of undeserved criticisms. Someone the other day was trying to decide if React was a net positive on web dev, like its existence. Like, should we consider like a world where React never existed? And I think that's silly, because this is part of maybe giving React too much credit. Something else would have filled its place and would have been kind of similar. But what the difference comes in not about what happened at the beginning when it caught attention or arose, but how they've managed the narrative since. And that's the incredible story of React and the React team that we're going to be telling today. It goes beyond just the early days. It's something. There's a reason React has been so successful, and it's not. I don't think it's all the things that people sometimes attribute it to. There was actually a great video a little while ago, like why React won, and that's honestly the closest I've seen to my perspective on it. And I actually gathered a lot of sources and information from the same places to kind of put together what I wanted to talk about today. But obviously, as I said, this is very biased, and I was there and I had my own perspective. So let that all filter in. All right. How's everyone doing, chat? Yeah, Tyler completely killed it with that video. I remember watching it. I'm like, this is by far the closest that I've seen. The only thing that Tyler, I mean, he mentioned it and stuff, and he had a good perspective. Was my perspective was a little different because I was very heavily on the knockout camp. So more than perhaps others, I felt that there were other solutions, like reactive solutions, that solved the problem and could have gone a different way. Whereas, but if you step back, and you see Angular and Backbone and the whole conversation, you'll understand that, like, from the general sense, there is a good reason for things being the way they are. And what I loved about Tyler's video more than anything was that he didn't just go, oh, jQuery to React, revolution, because that's not how these things happen. And this is very relevant today, and that's why we're gonna we'll do This Week in JavaScript at the end, even though that's what spawned this. I think like just understanding that. Oh, the guy who made the video, I probably should link the video in the chat, or someone should link the video in the chat. Let's see if I can actually find it here. It's kind of almost like the shortest version of what we're going to be talking about today. Yeah, let me see. I found it. Why React 1? MooTools did it first, yeah. And to be fair, I'm probably not going to be terribly fair to MooTools today, because for my purposes, I'm going to kind of shortcut a little bit at the beginning. But yeah, let's... Yes, React did a lot of things, including creative generation. Devs, you're surprised if a function doesn't rerun on a state change. But I mean, that's a flavor its own type of reactivity, and I think that's good. I mean, it's different. I don't think we're too easy to just kind of go, this is bad or whatever, right? But it is interesting because on the same token, people should realize where their biases are, or kind of understand what assumptions they're making. And if you've only grown up in a single worldview, then you're not going to maybe have that perspective. Key thing about React is people often want one true solution for their problems. People thought React was it, tried hard to make it, and later realized it wasn't. Well, I don't know if they realized it wasn't. Maybe they have. Maybe some have. But yeah, I mean, it's... That's why this is like, there doesn't have to be one. We don't have to play the Highlander game here completely, and we're gonna get a lot of React love. Yeah, no, this one's gonna be a fun one, Theo. But I think you probably know most of what I'm already gonna be talking about. All right. So, with that all being said, I think you can't talk about React without talking about what happened before React. Right, you gotta paint the picture here, and that's what that video that I shared earlier really does. And I've got my own perspective, but I saw something just the other day. ngconf was happening, which again, we don't always pay attention to ngconf classically, especially people more like myself that may have been on the React side of things, or Knockout, or pretty much Vue, or pretty much anything that's not Angular. But I'm learning to pay attention to ngconf. When you realize that Michiko Hevery spilled the secrets of Quick literally in an ngconf in 2019, just like went up on stage, explained Quick to everyone. No one got what he was talking about, but he did it. I want to pay more attention to ngconf, because clearly there are some good ideas coming out of the Angular community, even if we tend to, like, you want to talk about a framework that doesn't get much credit. I think we're a little bit hard on Angular too, maybe way too hard. But okay, what I wanted to show was something from Sarah Drasner's speech. And Sarah Drasner, I am super excited about her working with the Angular team, because she's basically worked with like a number of frameworks at this point, and she's completely amazing. So here, let me share my screen and see what I want to talk about here. I did a similar graph last week on This Week in JavaScript, not as detailed, but where I was trying to show how like there's a few types of frameworks and mentalities, and how they kind of been on this kind of line. I used it to try and show that you could draw a line from essentially Backbone through React, through Svelte to Marco 6, or like I was trying to show that there's this line. But what I liked about this image from Sarah's talk was that she showed that this is actually really quite messy with the arrows and the influences. It's not as simple as saying like there's the functional programming frameworks and the OOP ones. There's a lot of shared references, and actually it almost helps to start with part of this diagram as framing. I don't know if I want to keep doing this throughout what we're talking about today, but I feel like I want to kind of, as we go through the years of React and talk about the development, I want to kind of map this out a bit for ourselves, perhaps. And I think if we start with this like pre-React zone range, I'm going to make a couple of these lines right here, because I want to kind of yeah, these are rough zones, and let's say this is like 2007 to 2010, and then let's make this zone 2010 to, actually I'm going to shift the boundaries here slightly, 2009 to 2012, and we're going to make this one 2009. I'm going to choose where I want stuff to land here, be fair, but we're gonna add some more of these later, but I just want to kind of help paint this picture of the world before React. Not to my knowledge, at least not outside of Meta. And given that, yeah, we'll talk about that in a minute. Yeah. Yeah. So let's kind of start here. So the most obvious thing to start here, and sorry, this is gonna be a mess. Maybe I'll just do frameworks in a different color so we can see them. I'm gonna just put jQuery here. This is when I said I was gonna be mean to Moo tools, because I mean, well, I don't have to be mean, right? Let's add Moo tools here. But honestly, I didn't use Moo tools, so I don't know much about it. I also did not use prototype JS. So I can't tell you how this is like. I was doing web dev at this time, but I was working in .NET using giant I don't know what else to call them, but like components essentially that had huge overridden lifecycle functions with huge switch statements. So during this time period, like I was very much aware of how I absolutely hated class components. I said no hate, but again, let's just move on from that. So my point is, there's jQuery, and then somewhere around 2009, people like jQuery is very imperative. It's like vanilla JavaScript. So people decided that like, okay, well, we need something better here. We need something more structured. And arguably, I don't know which one came first, and we can look at the dates on Google, but it doesn't really matter, because in end of 2009, I think Backbone came first, and then Angular came almost. And when I say Angular, I mean Angular JS, the original. And then I kid you not, like, let's do one more. Almost 6 months later, Knockout JS came out. So you notice the JS, this is kind of a trend here. But I just want to point out, and we're going to need this space to get a little bit bigger, but these all kind of came out around the same time, each with their own kind of idea of how they're going to update the DOM. And Backbone was like, we're going to have MVC structure, but I mean, our views aren't really smart, so we'll just have the ability to like re-render them. Okay, so we can use inner HTML and just blow out the DOM. And because we use this MVC to keep the state out of the DOM, it's not too hard for us to just replace giant portions of the DOM. This is incredibly inefficient, but it gave us something more structured than jQuery. Is the best way I can put it. So like that one came first, and I could probably draw some back arrows here, because there is some, like, these guys all borrowed from these tools here. I'm going to say jQuery for the sake of it, but I honestly, okay. Right. Yeah. So some people are asking, because they might have not heard of Knockout.js, or some of these, but that was Backbone. Okay. And you could still probably find it today. Backbone.js. Yeah. You know, it had models, view, controller, some built-in templating. So you could basically wipe out your inner HTML. It had events. It had a great system to keep your front end and back end in sync. It was a modern framework for the browser. It didn't invent MVC, but it kind of brought it to the browser for us all to use, patterns that we used in backend frameworks. Angular had some similarities to that, except Angular was like, okay, we got to be a little smarter here. So what if instead of like wiping out the view, let's more or less kind of keep references and kind of walk the DOM and then figure out what has changed and then like apply those changes. This digest cycle, also called dirty checking, was kind of like it's big bread and butter, because for the first time we weren't inner HTMLing stuff. And to be fair, in jQuery you didn't have the inner HTML stuff. You're just using DOM directly, but Backbone had kind of made it like really easy to update stuff and not worry about those details. Angular was like, okay, we need to be a bit more optimal. But Angular 1 had a lot of interesting ideas of how to accomplish that. And the thing I want to point out at this point is none of these frameworks really, they were like MVC. They didn't know where to put the state in the client. They're like they had models that were stateful, and then they had views, which are stateless, and then controllers wiring them together. But there's no idea of like the old, if you have two components on the page, how do you represent that? Well, I guess you need another instance of the same model. Like they weren't really clear on how to manage state in the client. They'd come from things that were kind of stateless, like backend servers, and where MVC just works amazing. And they were trying to apply the same patterns in the browser. So yeah, I mean, this is fine. Knockout, I always talk about because it's like my favorite. Like Knockout.js and React are my favorite frameworks of all time. And to be fair, neither of them are frameworks. They're both just UI libraries. I love this because the site feels like it's lost in time. They're one of the first sites to have really nice interactive tutorials, but if you want to like a very high level idea of where Knockout fits in, let me see if I can find documentation. They were this kind of simple library where you created instances for your kind of views, where you actually, it wasn't just a controller, but each view managed its own state. And in those states, what you could do was you could make primitives to represent that state. And there's basically three types of primitives. The first type of primitive was called, and this has got a bunch of noise in it, damn it. I wish there's like a better example here. But the first kind of primitive is called an observable, which is basically the same as like useState. And then they had something called a computed, which is, if you're a React person, you might think this looks kind of like useMemo. And then they had something, but you could also use computed to do side effects. They didn't really distinguish the difference. I want to be clear, this is a completely different model, but essentially, if you've used Solid or React, Knockout from 2010 is going to look really similar, because it is essentially, they did their data binding differently. They had like a whole declarative binding system, but essentially they'd use these primitives to compose behaviors, kind of like hooks, back in 2010. So that's what Knockout.js is, and where I was sitting. So, but I mean, this isn't, my point is, there was these guys, and then not long after, Ember JS kind of came in, and who else was worth mentioning? I mean, there's so many frameworks from this time period, but let's put Elm in here, more on a functional side, a little bit later, around 2012. But the data binding for Knockout was kind of similar, but it updated completely different. The way that Knockout, where Angular, I mentioned, did these like long kind of digest loops, so they went through and they checked everything. Knockout did something called fine-grained reactivity, where they did pinpoint updates to the DOM. So the problem, you'd create the DOM tree and put these bindings in, and as it initialized, Knockout would walk through your actual physical HTML, like actual DOM tree, find these attributes, and then attach, like you can think of it like effects to each DOM element, so that and they'd parse the signal read code, which was tied to an object, and you'd pass that object in, which was like your view model, like a component, and then it would basically tie it so that when you updated one signal, it would just update the one effect in the DOM. And if this sounds really similar to you, this is where Solid.js and Vue actually came from, which is important to point out here. But that was much later. Yeah, I mean, the whole library framework thing is neither here nor there. But I mean, there's other ones. Like Knockout wasn't the only reactive library. I think there's like CanJS, and a little bit later on reactive. We'd have to like look through this and find them, but I wanted to kind of point out that like, yeah, Elm is kind of here. Ember was like 2010, 11-ish. There's a lot of playing going around here. Angular did dominate though, right? AngularJS was like, Backbone was really popular initially, even though they came out almost the same time. Backbone really dominated everything from 2009, 2010, 2011. But 11, Angular had just taken over 12, and it basically had flipped to AngularJS being like the kind of popularized way of doing it because it was more efficient. It was a natural thing. Knockout was something that was too magical for a lot of people. I feel like if you want positioning to understand it now, Knockout was kind of like this felt at its time, where people are just like, this is crazy magic. I don't know what to do with this. It's really cool, but like it was just kind of like it just didn't make sense to people because it had all these like automatic updates and automatic dependency tracking, you know. And even though it's a really simple mechanism that I've taught on my streams, you know, if you've watched my other content, for people in 2010, this was like as magical as you could get. So, yeah. Anyway, like we're kind of setting the stage here, and the reason I wanted to set the stage here is because you're already starting to see some of this stuff. Like even I guess we're gonna see newer Ember if I look up Ember right now. All right, Ember JS, like. I want to point out that a lot of these frameworks haven't actually changed too much, and probably looking at Ember is probably like, maybe I'm like lying. It's like the worst example because Ember used like handlebars for its templates, and yeah, I'm just not. Yeah, my luck when I'm like showing this stuff off. My point is, before React, we had certain things, and those certain things that we had declarative views, we had stateful rendering. We had classes. If you go back to Ember, we had like ember.create class. I'm not going to probably be able to find like this kind of stuff because like obviously components have changed and React's had its influence everywhere. But I wanted to point out that we have a lot of things that people associate with like React because like React came. Okay, so I'm going to move this bar a little bit because I realize now I don't need it to be that wide. But React came here, let's say. Here's React, right? And a lot of people kind of draw this line that goes from jQuery to React, and they basically ignore the tons and tons of innovation that was going on during this time period, if that makes any sense. Like there's just... There was so much stuff happening here that people like there's way more libraries than I could put in here. This was a time when people were realizing that single page apps were a real thing. Like it was possible to build a whole app in the browser. You have to like go back in this time period. We're still talking about Rails backends and some PHP and whatnot. Suddenly, somewhere around here around Backbone, people are like, holy crap! Like I can just only use JavaScript, which is huge. But for some reason, we like this whole phase where, as I showed you, people had things that looked like components. People had things that looked like hooks and like not just Knockout. Like, you know, Backbone had a philosophy where you can just like throw things out and re-render them. And like a lot of the concepts, even though like the performance might have not been great and the rough edges, existed here, but they just weren't like really refined. The problem is like we had the technology, but we didn't have the best practices. And this is going to be very important to understand where I'm getting to with React. Like essentially we had the means, but we just didn't know what to do, if that makes any sense. Right? So yeah, everyone's falling around so far. Yeah, what's my thoughts on state management? We're going to get there because the funniest thing is until you get to React, all of these solutions had opinions on state management because they were MVC or MVM. They all had the M. There's only one solution here that didn't provide the M, funnily enough, and that was Knockout. Knockout said, okay, look, you provide your own models, but then you have to map them to these observable things. In a sense, you could say that's state management, but it was a local state management. So it was like in this view models and components aren't the same, but Knockout essentially had local state and the view binding. Basically, in my opinion, Knockout was the first just a view library. So but this is important to understand because React was not influenced by Knockout at all. To be fair, React kind of came in and they're like, yeah, we like functional stuff from Elm, which I haven't talked about it now, and we like that redraw everything that Backbone is doing. And this is kind of where React came into this tree because I haven't talked about Elm. Elm is crazy. It's a compiled JavaScript language that's like functional pure. And Elm actually has influence on Solid, funnily enough, because they had signals originally. They got rid of them over time. They changed their model, but Elm actually had the concept of signals with that reactivity. So, anyways, I'm going to just put Elm in here for now. But my point is, up until this point, we had elements of what React was popularized for. And people, if you jump from jQuery to React, yeah, it's hell of a revolution. If you lived through these years, you saw tons of churn, tons of similarities, and it's all just slight differences in evolutionary changes. So, yeah, I mean, some people are still talking about framework versus library in here. What do we got? React is a library that can be used as a framework. Fun. Libraries provide developers with predefined functions in the classes to make the work easier and boost the development process. Yeah, I mean, I think calling React or I feel like library was the perfect marketing thing for React because they could come in and be like, look, we're lightweight. We don't try and put all these opinions on you. That being said, all our single page app frameworks start with like a render call. We basically give control to the library, framework, whatever, when we call render. And at that point, they call us, which is what most people define as frameworks. So I think it was a useful distinction to talk about scope. But in the purest sense, I'm not sure if React was ever actually a library. Not that I'm sure that that actually matters much. Right? So, yeah, I mean, it's funny because there is a gray zone there. Because for those of you who know Solid, you can use Solid like a library, if that makes sense, right? Like we generally use render and we make a tree and we make an app and you generally use Solid like as a framework. But because the reactivity of Solid could just be like a couple things you put on the page, and it's all independent and it's not like here framework do it. You couldn't control it. I would argue that you could say that like the reactivity of Solid could be considered a library, but generally speaking, all of these UI frameworks are frameworks from my perspective. But React's the worst. It's just different, and I want to get there because Elm is, I don't know. Have you all seen Elm before? I think Elm is one of those things where like I hope people. It's a delightful language for reliable web applications. I hope people don't like lose this in time. Elm. Can I find an example? It's yeah. It's got their own language. Oh, where is it? Yeah, this is all the text. I want to see their up. I probably shouldn't divert too far into Elm because it's like its own language. But like, see this idea? They have a model, an update, and a view, and it's very. They basically said like, look, here is our state. Here is our kind of like update ability, which is kind of if you notice, they're all written as like pure functions. They're like derivations. And then here's our view, our side effects. This kind of functional split is very important and will come back up again in framework design. But Elm was like very cutting edge for bringing these kind of functional ideas into the modern front end vernacular, even though React is the one who really carried it. Oh, this is a fun one. I wouldn't mind if someone asked me this question because I mean you could kind of think through it and talk it through. I would probably mind if they thought there was a right answer to that question. I think that would actually bug me more. Yeah, Elm's syntax is kind of crazy because it actually is very vertical, which is something you might not like expect, right? But yeah, it's very cool in its own sense. But anyways, I'm trying to paint this picture here, and I hope now that you're kind of seeing what's going on, to where React kind of comes in here. So there was a lot going on. I think I've established this. So let's I'm going to throw something up here just a second. Enter React, right? That's where we're at right now. We're going to talk about React. So where did React come from? React was created by Jordan Walk. I was actually a little bit disappointed because I've been having fun with this recently, even though it didn't show up. I was like, this is the perfect stream for it. I was going to like Google Jordan Walk, right? And show you guys, because one of the most, or actually, what was that? Who created React? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, it still works. Yeah. So it tells you right away who created React, and it shows Jordan Walk, and then you look over here and you're like, is this Jordan Walk? It's actually Andrew Clark and Dan Abramoff. It was kind of funny. For the longest time, it was just like a picture of Dan Abramoff. And I think sometimes there's some confusion there. Dan did not create React. He's an amazing steward and maintainer of where React is today. But it's just Jordan created React, and essentially it was not his first foray into trying to create JavaScript framework. Jordan had lots of ideas, and he had a vision for where the web could go. And I think one of the things that people don't realize is a lot of the developers who were building stuff between 2009 and 2012 developed in the pre-single page app web. They had experience. They understood that it wasn't just simply a win to do single page apps. They understood the trade-offs. So like they're always considering how their paradigm could expand. And Jordan was actually no different. If you want to see something by Jordan that predates React, just to give you an idea what he was working on before he did React, he actually did something called Facts.js. And I love looking at this. Look, it hasn't been touched in I guess there's someone did something fixed to readme 5 years ago, but like this is 11 years old. It's 113 commits. I don't know where the start is, but this shows you that in 2011 and 2012, Jordan was working on this, not React. Okay, so React probably somewhere in 2012 is where he began his work here. He kind of moved on from his original framework that he had, and let's see here, and he tells everyone that they should just use React because it's much better in every way. But I want to just kind of point out here about what he was trying to accomplish with Facts.js, because this puts you in perspective. Because sometimes when I like pull up Marco and show people that Marco was doing partial hydration in islands, and this was out of order streaming and all this stuff, and they were doing it in 2000 like. It didn't get released in 2014, but they were like working on that stuff in 2012. I want you to understand that, Jordan working, Facebook and stuff, like we're thinking about stuff that we're only releasing into the wild now. Look, seamless client server rendering. So this was Jordan's 2011 framework. He was worried about isomorphic rendering. Reactive. He wants to views automatically updated on state change. No bindings necessary, so no data binding. This is still kind of like React. Performant, obviously, and structural. High-level components, functionally defined declarative views. This all sounds great, and this is all before React. So, okay. And yeah, he shows an example, and oh, interesting. I think we see JSX's predecessor here, or at least HyperScript. He's using functions to define the view. But what I wanted to kind of point out here is, yeah, so I guess these are kind of like components, and it returns a div. There's similarities here to React, but the reason he called it Facts.js, to my understanding, was he had this idea that the app could render on the server and then be sent across the wire and then like continue in the browser. That was like his goal here, right? Kind of like a fax machine, like the idea that you could like start in one location and pick it up in another location. And the way he saw to do that was using a diff engine, essentially. He was picturing a world where you could have the server send updates, essentially like send like full pages maybe even, and then the client would diff the changes. So you could keep on going to the server and diff them and essentially only apply the updates on the diff. So he basically designed a diff engine that worked for cross-server browser. And if that sounds familiar to you, I am describing React server components. And this is 2011. Okay, I want to put it out there to you all that there is some sort of, like, a lot of these ideas have been floating around forever, and even influenced like where Jordan saw React might get one day. He his original thought was, this is how I could do something. And because think about what you had to solve a scale for a company like Meta or like eBay in case of Marco. Like they had these like like eBay was Java, and I think was it PHP over at Facebook back then. But like they had these classic backends, and if JavaScript was gonna get a toehold in here, it needed to be able to properly handle server rendering and actually be able to deliver the same level of experience. So this was very much on people's minds. And essentially, I just wanted to kind of point this out here because this is where we enter into this conversation, right? Because Jordan decided, he'd done this. I don't know the whole story behind this, but he figured out, he started working on a new framework, and I think it was him, and I'm trying to remember who he kind of co-wrote it with, but this was kind of the influence and the inspiration that led to him working on the framework. And I actually got a little clip here I want to show that it's nothing to do with Jordan, but I want to show you kind of the perspective of React kind of in hindsight. This is better than I could say it, so I'm just going to grab this Rich Harris talk. And you guys just kind of chill on this for a second, because this is probably my best take on how React entered our world. So yeah, let's just do this for a second, okay? Oh, really? The audio is not coming in? Oh, the volume's too low? Is this better? Sorry. This is important. So still can't hear, eh? Oh, that's too bad. I assumed that I could get this audio device. Oh man, that's gonna put some fun on us here. Um, Gotcha. Okay. Well, it's good we hit this now, so we can figure this out. I'll give you the link, but I've got too many video clips for us to resort to this. So give me 2 seconds. What I'm gonna actually do, is I'm gonna do something here with the sound. Give me 2 seconds. It's funny. I didn't realize it was actually playing through my speakers. Is how you all heard the sound in the past. Let me just try this for a second. Can you hear it now? Did that work? Did 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 the Okay, yeah, okay. One more thing. I know exactly what I need to do. I'm sorry. This is gonna be fun. Okay, I got it. Um, All right. No? Still no? Oh man, that's funny. I've shown videos on stream so many times before, and I can't. It always worked. So that's pretty interesting here. I'm gonna try something which is probably terrible, but I'm gonna just try straight up using the MacBook Pro speakers and built-in, just right. Like this shouldn't be using my headphones anymore. Oh, it's still coming through my headphones. That's hilarious. Oh, interesting. Okay, I got it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's funny. Okay. Even though I changed what StreamYard's using, it didn't actually change the audio device um, that YouTube's using here, which is funny because I changed StreamYard, but I actually have to get the browser to do this. That's annoying, and not going to help us a bunch, is it? Because I'm like looking for a setting here, but it feels like I almost have to reset the browser. Yeah, sorry. Sorry about the technical stuff. We will figure this out. Yeah, it's not enough to reload the page. I actually, sadly enough, have to probably reload the browser, unless there's like a place that I can. Yeah, but I can't. Yeah. Okay. Let's see that. Firefox. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's because the system. Yeah. Okay, so this is a fun thing. It's because the system is like, uh, it's like I'm using this, but what I want it to do is a system actually to do this, right? Now, if I change the output and I change the input on the system, then that should be enough.
Go.
All right. Sorry, and is that enough to fix Google Chrome?
The wisest of
It is. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so now we have something that will work. Yeah, okay, cool. And what I can do is I should be able, if I'm smart enough here, StreamYard should still be able to essentially I'm still coming in through my mic, I can tell, and I can still hear stuff like in my own monitors. So I think we're good now. Okay. So thank you all for your patience, and let's get this going. All right. So I think Rich Harris gives the best introduction to like the feeling when React came in. Okay.
Go. The wisest of the JavaScript elders came down from the mountain and said, I have created jQuery. And the villagers said, jQuery? The actor from Zombievers. An elder Rezig, for it was he, said, no, it is not a man. It is magic. With these spells, we shall tame the capricious browser gods and bend them to our will. And the villagers rejoiced, for the browser gods were indeed capricious and cruel and had visited much misery upon their lands. And they replowed their fields with the new magic, and at the time of the next code harvest, all agreed that the fruits of their labors tasted sweet and Ajaxy. And there were conferences and t-shirts and other assorted merchandise, and that was the end of the first JavaScript era. The tide came and went. The moon rose and fell. Years passed, and while jQuery was still the dominant religion, there were some who grew fearful that it was not powerful enough for the elaborate designs of the modern age. Then one day a traveller came from the western lands of Zuckerbergia and said, "Hear me, for I bring a message of great import. You're all doing it wrong." These primitive incantations do not befit our modern age of science and technology. Look at these wretched structures you have built. I would not step inside for fear of my safety. In Zuckerbergia, we build not these mud huts, but magnificent towers that reach the very heavens. And we do it not with magic, but with machines. Come, let me show you. And the villagers looked upon the machines, and they liked not what they saw. The traveller was cast out as a heretic. And yet some felt that these machines could perhaps help them meet their own ambitions. And the heretics grew in number until the heresy became the new orthodoxy, and the land was covered in machines. And that was the second era of JavaScript. I'm here today to talk about the third era, the chapter that's being written right now. My name's Rick.
All right, so yeah, okay. Hopefully you guys are all still here with me. That was, sorry, a little bit of a volume boost there. Okay, so yeah, he did skip a lot in the middle, and I think that was my point, right? When I was talking about this, that's where the perspective is, and I just wanted to kind of put that out there so you can kind of see, But he did bring up a lot of good points. When React came on the scene, it presented a lot of really powerful ideas. JSX, and the important part there is understanding the separation of concerns. The modern component model formalized the idea of unidirectional flow, and most importantly, looked at a framework as a philosophy. And I want to touch on each one of those here to kind of really get a perspective of what it was like in 2013 and 14. Another great talk from this point was from Pete Hunt.
But when you start to build abstractions on top of, HTML, you start to have to invent a lot of things in order to get to the level of expressiveness you need to build real applications. So now I'm going to pick on Angular. And I just pulled this quote out from the Angular docs, and I've highlighted every concept that they've created that I'm either not really sure what it means as a new user of Angular, or it sort of exists in JavaScript. And it's based on the idea that they want to augment HTML to support two-way data binding. And in order to do that, you have to rethink the idea of scopes. And if you rethink the idea of scopes, you have to rethink the idea of composability and modularity. And you start building directives and transclusion and all this other stuff. But I think the framework cannot know how to separate your concerns for you. It should only provide powerful and expressive tools to let you do it. What I mean by that is that a lot of frameworks force you into this MVC style of development. And MVC is great. However, your controllers tend to get really fat, or maybe your models get really fat if that's your style of building, or maybe even your views.
All right, sorry. Yeah, this video was a little bit quieter, but hopefully you picked up some of this. And he talked to most of the points, but essentially, this was kind of the first presentation where like they really had to kind of convince people that it was important to be able to escape from kind of this MVC pattern, right? So this was one of the kind of pieces to that. I think the other one that kind of came out around the same time that I want to show here is from Tom, and this is where he kind of explained what I consider like what the re-render aspect of React. Oh, interesting. This one didn't want to open on the same browser window. Let me get that one out of the way. Let's get here. And yeah, I will also link some of these things, but let's see if we can. Let's see if this works for us.
The simplest way conceptually that we've found to build views, to build this piece, is to just basically avoid mutation altogether. And you're thinking to yourself, like, what? You need to update things, right? But instead, what we found is that if you could just, anytime your data changes, if we could just blow away our view and just re-render the thing from scratch, like that would be so much easier, right? It would make your application the structure of your application and the amount of code that you have to write, it just makes it so much simpler, right? Because you could describe what your view looks like and then never worry about updating it. It's just like, okay, when my data changes, I'll just blow it away and re-render it. But like, does that work?
Oh.
In the browser, it seems like that would be prohibitively expensive, right? That we all know that DOM is slow, and I feel like that's going to be like really, memory expensive and just slow. It's not going to be performant. And additionally, like if the user's typing into a text box and then some comment changes right around that thing and you try and blow that away and re-render, it's like you're going to lose their state. Maybe there's some internal state that you're not even showing, you're not even displaying to the user, but you're going to blow all that away, right? So conceptually, we still want this model though. From a developer standpoint, we want to be able to say, okay, anytime anything changes, we're just going to start over. We're just going to blow everything away and re-render from scratch. But we want to do it in a way that's actually performant and actually provides a good user experience, right? So this...
Yeah, so I mean, this pretty much, I'm going to put a couple links here. Here's the Pete Hunt talk, and this is the Tom Chino talk. I wanted to put these ones in because I'm just kind of like to give you a little bit of perspective here, because a lot of people come into web dev more recently have seen stuff that Dan's done or that Rich Harris has done. Amazing speakers on these topics, but like the quality of this video is pretty poor. That's what I was looking at while we were going. I'm like, can we get better than 360p? And we can't. It's kind of lost in history, but these were just as groundbreaking in terms of thinking of where we get today. I mean, people are pretty used to these concepts by now, but this is actually like, this was a big deal. The technology was there, but you have to understand we didn't know how to use it. And I got one more from this chain, and before we kind of break off and kind of dig into this and talk about this a bit, and that's what my favorite, honestly, from Jing Chen.
So let's talk about some of the problems behind MVC that make it not scale, and how Flux proposes to solve some of those problems. Well, MVC works pretty well for small applications. Everything has its own particular role to play. The problem is that it doesn't make room for new features. Let's look at what happens to this diagram when we add a lot of models and when we add a lot of views to the system. There's just an explosion of arrows. And if you just look at these arrows, can you tell if there's an infinite loop here where, the model triggers something in the view and the view triggers something in a different model, and it goes in a cycle? It's really hard to tell just by looking at this. And that's with all of your relationships drawn out. If you were to look at that in code and try to figure out, where do I have an infinite loop somewhere in here that's causing my app to just go in constant loops, it's really difficult. I was drawing a very similar diagram while I was trying to figure out the architecture of one of our more complicated interfaces. It looked very much like this. And it was so complicated that I ended up drawing numbers instead of arrows to represent the relationships between them. That's how dense the arrows were getting. So we want to do away with all of this. What we propose instead is something called Flux. It's a single directional data flow. And that avoids all of the double arrows that go in both directions that make it really hard to understand the system. What we have is an action coming into the system, a dispatcher that sort of acts as the traffic controller for the whole thing, the store, which is the data layer that basically updates whenever you get a new action, and then the views re-render whenever the stores say something has changed. And then from the view side, they can throw another action back into the system. The dispatcher here is the main piece that enforces that there's no cascading effects. Once an action goes into the store, you can't put another one in until the stores are completely finished processing it. That's pretty abstract though, so let's work our way back.
But yeah, I mean, this I hope I've emphasized how this was a real problem. People didn't know how to structure apps, right? MVC is an architecture, and one that kind of was inherently built from a world where our controllers weren't stateful, right? So like this, to be fair, I said it was important to recognize the stuff in the middle from a technology standpoint, but React did come in with a philosophy. And I think I think this is really important to get, because I said it started in the sense from Jordan's facsimile thing that I showed you earlier. Like Jordan was completely on it. Like he's later on this talk. It's funny, they're doing like an outro here, and just check this clip out.
And your drawing gets updated. And then what Jordan did is he's like, all right, I'm gonna take the exact same code that renders an action button as divs and spans in the document, and I'm going to turn it into a native component in iOS. So we use Titanium.js to basically take this representation of JavaScript, which is the same code that we would run in the browser, and turn that into like rendered native components on iOS using JavaScript Core Bridge, which is pretty nuts. We don't talk about that too widely yet because we haven't like done a ton of stuff yet.
This talk happened July 8th, 2013, and they're describing React Native. So I as I said, there's incredible vision behind this stuff. I want everyone to stop and appreciate it. From Jordan basically describing server components back in 2011 to like this talk up here where they actually slip in that they are essentially were working on something like React Native back in 2013. This is before people even liked React. If you looked at Rich's talk, at that one point in it, he was like, the people sent the Zuckerbergian away because it was heresy. So I do want to kind of point out that this is all part of a mentality built around diffing, essentially. Like this idea that you can build something and throw it away over and over again. Right? So, yeah, like there are hints throughout React's history about where things would go. And this is just in the first 2 years when they were still trying to get people in on the idea. Right? So, as I said, we already talked about it. JSX separation concerns, modern component model, formalized unidirectional flow. But for me, ultimately, the real thing was the philosophy. And I want to pull up this article, this little known article from Dan Abramoff. He wrote this in January 2015. I don't even think he was part of the React team at this point, or maybe he just joined on. And I want to kind of throw this out there because he never finishes the article. At the end, he's like, we'll examine in the next articles to be continued. And he never finished this article. And it's kind of funny because like he was like, let's just read it from this for just a minute because I think this is something to reflect on, right? I've seen React misunderstood by smart people more often than any other JavaScript library. React is packed with ideas that were radical at the time of its introduction. This introduced an error controversy that hasn't quite dissolved. After a year of using React and observing people learning it, I can say that the best parts of React are not the ones that made it famous. It's not about the virtual DOM. It's not about the custom event system or server rendering or JSX. Rather, they are a few boring, old, and powerful ideas. He called them old. He called those ideas old. Okay? Using other people's code is like surfing. You control and surrender. You've got to trust the wave to carry you, but stop paying attention. The first abstraction leak will throw you under the water. When we see something that is new both technologically and philosophically, we tend to focus on technology part because we need to tame the magic first. We've had enough black boxes in our careers. We want to understand, if not the full picture, then at least up to the level where we can make a snarky comment that is also correct to some degree. How is more viral than why at this point? Yeah, so here's my secret, right? He goes on to talk about a bit more, but he's like, React's true strengths are composition, unidirectional data flow, freedom from DSLs, explicit mutation, and static mental model. This is how he summarized it. And I'm going to agree with Dan. I'm agreeing here with 2015 Dan, in fact, that this is what's important. I wanted to show, these pieces of the philosophy so people could understand it, right? Like, composition is king. Unidirectional data flow is how we wrangle in our programs. Freedom from DSLs, I'm gonna say that this is a little bit strong. I think JSX is a DSL, so I think restraining the DSL is powerful, but it is a DSL nonetheless. But moving on, explicit mutation and static mental model. These help people reason about what's going on in your app. And this is what React brought to the world. As I said, the technology pieces existed. They, as Dan called them, old and boring. But being able to codify what's valuable is something that React did, and did very, very well. Yeah, so DSLs, what he's talking about is the template language. Remember in that talk with Pete Hunt, I don't know if you guys all heard it, he was highlighting all the words that Angular introduced to describe the language, and that you needed to know to even get some data bound. The ironic part is, if you're talking about language, domain-specific language and not templates, React has actually introduced a lot of it since where it started. Like, you know, some of this today's stream is going to be seeing that whole thing where you like where the hero lives long enough to become the villain. That's what's a bit have been going on with React, right? So I think this is really key to understand. If you're coming out of that, you know, introduction, some people were bought into what React was saying. Some people didn't at first, but because of that fundamental philosophy, React was able to take over. People, it was a subtle thing. They would try it and then be like, "Oh, this actually isn't bad," and then it would grow on them. And it was the way they were able to build on top of it. You know, take in React's case, the components were these primitives that they could build on top of. And that was enough to get people up and started. That within 2 years, by 2015, the narrative around React had completely changed. It wasn't like the early years, people were like, "Ugh, JSX" and whatnot. But if you go, you know, forward a couple of years, things changed so much, and suddenly the virtual DOM went from being like you know, a novel trick to being like, well, I mean, you've seen the memes about it probably still to date, where like, you know, the VDOM's faster than the real DOM. You know, have you ever let me see if I can find one. VDOM, real DOM. Like, there's enough memes to fill a book, but this is what started out of this, right? And part of this kind of came about because like the model was great, the patterns were great, and apparently the performance was great. So I want to talk about that for a little bit and do a tangent, because this around 2015-16, once React started getting adopted, we started seeing like kind of like a narrative develop around like being performant, essentially. And I think it's kind of interesting because the VDOM wasn't necessarily that performant. If you listen to more of those talks I showed you at the beginning, Pete and Tom were just like, look, we realized you'd think that blowing everything away would be really bad, you know, and really unperformant, and we couldn't do that. But it turned out it was fine. It was like as fast as Angular, so like it's okay, you know. But what ended up happening is somewhere in the middle, we decided that React was even faster, and I think we got to give credit where that's due to our man Ryan Florence, who some you know is the creator of React Router, also the creator of Remix, and arguably one of the best public speakers, especially on topics related to React ever. His talks are all absolutely amazing, and I wanted to pull this one out because this is the beginning of that moment where people started going like really highlighting this whole performance thing, right?
So this is all the same app, and we actually have a real version of this thing at work, and it monitors all of our databases, all of our database clusters. And I did it in each one of the popular frameworks. Ember was the original one that we had, and we started running into some performance issues. Actually, the memory just kept climbing and climbing and climbing, so we put a meta refresh on the HTML for every minute. Otherwise, we'd hit the V8 1.48 whatever gigabyte limit, and then yeah, it would die. All right, so you can see as I move my mouse around in this version, that pop-up, this is ugly, it's just funny demo code, but you can see that every now and then that stops. My cursor gets way far away from the pop-up. Angular does a great job, and then React over here is also doing a great job. Down in the bottom corner, you can see the memory usage of each of these apps. Stanley Stewart, I don't know if any of you know him, he used to be a coworker of mine, one of my favorite people. He identified a memory leak in Ember, which apparently he fixed last night, but I didn't get his code to fix it. So we'll see this number just keep climbing over here. So this is neat. Let's pump it up a little bit. Let's make it do something more. 25 rows is not a big deal. 50 is neat, but for the interest of time, let's go straight to 100 rows of data. We'll let Ember think about, there we go. So now we're already at 100 megabytes down here. And you see I'm not getting any pop-ups as I move my mouse around. We have 100 database clusters now in our real app. So this is not like some contrived example, that's where we're at. And it is useful to see them all. Angular does a great job still. I can scroll pretty well. You can see the scrolling sort of jumps, like it gets stuck occasionally when it hits a digest loop, I think. And then React again does a great job. We don't get any jumpiness when we scroll, and the pop-ups are very fast. Let's just see how different these things really are. So as soon as it's done chunking new data and rendering, I'm just going to do it again. I mean, it's coming. Now, here's the really impressive part. So, like, Angular's still doing a pretty good job here, and this is a contrived example. But as I try to scroll, it's not really working very well, and the pop-ups aren't showing up. But man, React is still just like it's like nothing is even happening over here. And you also notice as I hover over this, my pop-up, it's the stuff is changing inside. But over here we get like, it shows up and then it disappears and now it's never back again. So all this demo is basically saying is, you know what? The human might not be able to process 2,000 things on a page at once, but if your app wants to do that, it can.
Right. So yeah, this demo was a big deal at its time. And it kind of cemented this narrative that virtual DOM was faster than real DOM. Yeah, this presentation makes the Ember team to completely change the renderer. Yeah. This people understand how huge this was. Like this was like people are just like, oh, And honestly, the thing about this, and I'm gonna drop this link in the chat because again, this is amazing talk. If you go to the end of the talk. And I suggest you do if you haven't seen it at all. Ryan Florence, and this is 2015, it describes how he's going to make Remix 5 or 6 years later. This talk actually has a whole section where he shows how to do progressive enhancement with server rendering. So again, I just want to talk about, and draw attention to the long-term vision and direction even, at this point. Basically, all the secrets of Remix are kind of on display in this 2015 talk. And the thing is, the benchmark, I love this one because this benchmark is actually still here today, right? You can kind of go and find it, and it's on GitHub here. And yeah, let me drop that in the chat for you all in case you want to check it out yourself. It runs on your computer like some of the older benchmarks did. Looks like I put a dash in front of it, sorry. But I want to show this one because it hasn't been updated for ages. but this benchmark is real, right? Like, if I don't know if we can find old Ember, but like if we take React, obviously things are much faster on computers today that no one's like worrying about this kind of stuff anymore. You can't see this closely, but React's getting about 130 frames per second or whatever on my computer, and I can crank it up, I guess, and it doesn't change it too much. But if I take something, naively implemented in something like Knockout. Remember, Knockout was my favorite frame. Let's try Ember first. Ember is okay. It's getting actually 120, so they might have updated Ember after this thing. But let's take my old buddy Knockout. Knockout's getting about 50, but by comparison, in this benchmark. And you have to understand, back then, when computers weren't this fast, it was more like Knockout was getting like 10, right? In fact, in this benchmark, if I took an inner HTML in vanilla like this, it's actually, I'm getting 100 here. It's actually faster than Knockout using inner HTML. Knockout was half the speed of just like someone naively putting inner HTML in. And this benchmark is kind of stupid in the sense that like whoever is going to try and send a whole page's data constantly at fractions of seconds to diff that. Are you more likely to interact in a specific way, or are you more likely just like smash the page with data? And I have to admit, this just wasn't, just wasn't what these kind of fine-grained libraries were built to do. They were very, very poor at this benchmark. Let's see if we have Inferno here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I mean, there are faster VDOMs now, right? Inferno is pulling at about a 160, right? But I just want to like point out here that this was groundbreaking, and it made me go, okay, no, I need to show how reactivity can still play in this game. And this is a little bit tangent, but like, yeah, Solid's getting 180. So you don't need a VDOM to do this, but I do want to kind of point out that this changed everything. People started really getting actually into benchmarks after this. That talk was February 2015. The infamous JS framework benchmark that you guys might all be familiar, the ones with the colored graphs, the greens to reds that you see everywhere. The first version of that was a gist on GitHub that was authored in January 2015 as well. Let's see if I can pull this up. But I think this started, where was it? Yeah, here. Someone made this demo app that did the JS framework benchmark back in this. Suddenly performance entered the conversation around 2015, and it wasn't really the highlight before that, right? I think a lot of you have seen this table now. But to kind of put in perspective, I've got round one here. The first time Stefan published the results, and there's only a limited set of frameworks that were available at this time, but like you see Angular and Angular 2 and Aurelia and Ember and Mithril. Reactive, if you aren't familiar, is Svelte's predecessor, created by Rich Harris. React, VDOM, and Vue. And essentially, if you look here, React is this gray one. It's pretty good, actually, in this world. Like, you see Ember being these really tall ones. But it's not like leading the pack. It's just kind of mostly kind of middle of the pack in a lot of these benchmarks. And to be fair, at this point, we didn't understand a lot about these benchmarks. We didn't understand the difference between how you can use keyed and non-keyed to kind of cheat at it or whatnot. Like, that's fine. It wasn't until round 3 in July 8th, 2016, that the benchmarks actually kind of started resembling what we see today. And you can see that we were filling out our chart before, right? The world had started growing beyond where we started at, right? Because I'm going to put another line in here, and essentially a lot of these frameworks and different ones showed up in here during this time period where I'd call like let's go, what do I want to say, 2013, 2014, and then we're gonna put one in here for 2015, 2016, right? I don't have exact dates, but not that, delete. Somewhere around this time, we're going to start seeing stuff like Vue show up. Who else? Nope. Maybe Reactive, Mithril, different VDOM libraries. So this is all kind of during this time period, and they all had their various influences. Actually, maybe I should rearrange them around like this. So let's get some more arrows going, because essentially, I think I could be wrong here, but if I'm right, the arrows roughly, Mithril was like this, and like Vue was like knockout, and React, because it's using like the VDOM, and like Reactive was like very much like knockout. You can kind of see how this started building out further from here through this time period. So yeah, I mean, and we're playing a little catch up here, because I think if we go further out into here, we're going to find Preact and Inferno. All right. And these are, again, very much off React, right? Yeah, this is what I'm getting at. Basically, during this time period, we started seeing a bunch more frameworks come in, and they aligned with React's mentality. I would say 2017, 16, 17 was when React really exploded. Like when we were like, yes, like this is just the way. Like, and I was showing this table. I mean, when this got posted around 2016, you could see a lot of different libraries. And you're like, okay, yeah, Vanilla.js is obviously our baseline. It's amazing. And a lot of libraries were like in the yellows here, like around double the speed. We had some red ones, like reactive libraries didn't do well in a lot of benchmarks. Generally, was not doing great. Ember, I mean, Cycle, some of the more functional programming ones. There's a lot of approaches that people played with that were incredibly, a lot slower, right? The funny thing is, like, React and Angular almost all stayed around the same zone all throughout the years. It was like they were watching each other. And actually, I missed one on our chart, an important one right around here. Angular, not Angular.js, actual like Angular 2 came out around this time period as well. And it was funny because it was influenced by React, and it was influenced by old Angular. Okay, but what you start to see here is there's like a singularity building around React here. It's like this is like everyone kind of acknowledged what React had done, and this zone of all the arrows. Yeah, I can bring Vue down. Thank you. These things aren't connected properly. All right, let's bring Vue down. All right. Okay, a little bit better, but yes, there's just too much going on through React. What made these older reactive frameworks so much better? Well, the problem is they were. I don't know why reactive wasn't doing good on some of these. Let's look at where it's slow. Reactive. Yeah, honestly, I'm honestly not sure. Reactive has the fastest swap rows, which is interesting. I think people don't understand keyed versus non-keyed backend. Generally speaking, the problem is reactive libraries have a huge amount of memory that was necessary. So you look at reactive. They required more memory to like set up all the subscriptions and bindings. So they lost hard on things that involved creation or just like mass blasting out the stuff. If you had a benchmark or like an animation benchmark where you had to like update some circles or do one specific change, like some action or animation, reactive libraries tended to kill VDOM libraries. Like it was the reverse thing. But generally, rendering large pages was something that VDOM libraries did better. Right? So, okay. But it's funny. There's actually only a couple green libraries on here. And one of the key ones here I want to point out is actually Inferno. Inferno came on the scene, and you could just tell. It's just like, it was just faster than everything else. Like, not even close. And it was a VDOM library like React. And I think that's important to point out here because, as I said, React's always been kind of middling. But now that we've started doing these kind of benchmarks and stuff, we actually started seeing super fast React-like libraries like Inferno. And actually, the author of Inferno, Dominic Ganaway, the creator, joined the React team like 6 months after Inferno went out. He told me one time he went to a conference talk and everybody wanted to know how Inferno was so fast. And he actually, like, after he'd done his talk, he kind of like had a little session with all the framework authors, and he just like went over it and kind of like he said he was like I was like I didn't know these people that well and like knew of them, and it was really intimidating because he was like the new kid coming in, and you know all these experts who've been working on frameworks forever were just like, how did you do it, you know? And as I said, the long story short, he actually joins the React core team where he ended up working on stuff like Prepack, which if you haven't seen it, Prepack, Facebook, although it might be easier to search Meta. Is Prepack dead? Facebook Archive, it is dead, which was this thing that basically would evaluate, yeah, they're not going to give me a good example. It evaluates code ahead of time at compile time. So he started working actually on a React compiler at the time to see if he could push the performance, both taking the techniques of Inferno, which is incredibly fast VDOM, and seeing if he could push the boundaries even further with a compiler. And we're going to talk about I'm going to get into that in a minute and the impact of that. But code rebuild. No, I mean Inferno is different and diverged, but Inferno looked identical to React. Pretty much at this point with class components and stuff. It looked almost exactly the same. It was like a drop-in. It has a compat just like Preact. And it was just, it killed at the benchmarks. But yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. So yeah, 2016, 17, Dom's brought in the team. By this point, React has kind of gone through a change of guard. Jordan Walk isn't really running, isn't like really as involved anymore, and the big part of React has actually been Seb, who's Sebastian Markbage. I never say his name right, and Dan and Andrew came in around this time too. Like the current React core team kind of came in this during this time period, and yeah, I think it's good to kind of understand. I think the Scala draw actually already shows it really well how prevalent this thinking it got. It's funny because we had frameworks every week during this time period because like back here we had tons of frameworks because everyone's like, oh, what's the paradigm? I'm going to try all these different crazy different approaches. Here we just got a ton of VDOM libraries that were essentially trying to push the boundary in a different way. Can you be small like Preact, fast like Inferno? Yeah, we can get to this later, but if you've been watching the stream, the dialogue I'm going to point out here is I don't think React is going to borrow very much from Solid at all. And it's because they've had a vision for like a decade now. So, okay. So, yeah, sorry, I'm just catching up on where my notes are. Because the thing is, where we are right now, in our stream and our conversation is kind of, I don't know if I want to break React into ages, but it's kind of what one might consider, I'm actually going to extend this out to 2017 as well. The kind of golden age, or of the first age of React. Like, this is how it kind of started, how it grew, and how by the end of 2017 we have stuff like React Native, or that was in 2016, I believe. But React had shown off its capability and had grown to be the most popular JavaScript framework. It didn't pass jQuery completely until much later, but like it had already won by this point, and that's where most people's videos might end. But we're only, like, this is, if you look in years, we're only gotten the first 4 years of React here, and we've had it's been another 5 years. Like, this is only halfway through our story, right? Yep, yeah, exactly. All the tooling came up with React, and this is a really good point. Thank you. I didn't have this kind of mentioned, but the tooling built around this ecosystem, which is crazy in a sense, because React defined a spec with JSX, and then they didn't have to worry about, if you're building a new framework today and you try and build your own DSL like Svelte or Vue or whatever, you have to do an incredible amount of lifting to get like all the niceties that we know. You know, get the language server for TypeScript, get prettier, code formatting and completions and syntax highlighting and like all of that stuff. The React team was obviously involved with pieces of that from time to time, but like the whole ecosystem kind of built around this model. Like, it was just this crazy convergence point. And I think that's kind of, worth pointing out, right? Ember was actually the first to use ES6 compilation by default. Yeah, it's quite possible. But the thing is, like, yeah, I mean, the funny thing is, if you go back and look at React code from like 2015, it might not all be what it's cracked up to be. One thing that I didn't show from this benchmark, finally, was going from React 0.14 to 15 was actually a pretty big performance regression here. I think they addressed stuff over time, but like, React kind of grew up between this time period, and it established itself and changed. It was like, okay, we now care about weird, like, consistency issues and all this stuff. Like, it was a changing of the guard in terms of people and a changing of the guard in terms of philosophy. Redux was damned before it got to Facebook OSS ecosystem. React was a while back then. Yeah, exactly. They pulled a lot of people in from their ecosystem. Dan obviously was working on Redux, and obviously Andrew Clark, and also like stuff like Recompose and what was it? Yeah, was it Recompose? Yeah, like there's a lot of patterns and stuff. Like, I can't like there's new things every week. Like, you can go look and see some old Kent C. Don articles, but things like hawks. We're talking about not introducing stuff. Technically, hawks or higher order functions are a functional programming pattern, but hawks is definitely a part of the React vernacular, the ability to wrap components and get them. Things like render props. Even though React, funnily enough, had rejected the DSL, they had essentially introduced concepts and language just as much as if they had a DSL. Right? Like, I think this is something kind of worth getting into. But the reason this all worked because was React's approach to composition. I don't know. Have you? Was it Recompose.js maybe? If you've ever seen Andrew Clark's Recompose, I think this is something here. We're gonna get to hooks in a minute, but this is all pre-hooks. Recompose was this idea that you could use higher order components to inject state into your function components. Everyone just wanted to do these function components, which is funny because if you think about it for a second, it's not completely funny, but if you think about it for a second, React put all the logic together in the component and said, no, we don't need separation concerns. You can split the code the way you want to and slice it up the other way. But then people started flocking to function components, which are basically just like templates for the most part. And then they were like, well, I want to use state with it. I guess the thing they wanted to get away from was the class methods. But Recompose was a really cool idea because then you could stack these things on top and inject state and then essentially write your function components and then put your logic on top. And the funniest thing to me, and people might disagree with me on this, but as you start composing large portions of the state using these primitives they had, like the inject state or reducers and all that stuff, and you start stacking them on top of your component and then having your component, this started to look like Vue. Yes, right? Like, doesn't this, like, this started to look like Vue. And I mean, I like this pattern, but if you've ever seen the options API from Vue, it was basically this thing, these defined objects that you'd stick on top, and then you'd have your view underneath. And if you squinted hard here, this pattern kind of looked like it. And I know this is not the takeaway that most people would have here, but this was the first indicator to me that like trends just kind of go in these circles, right? Like, I'm going to keep this here, but I'm just scroll down. But like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't think I can bend. Can I bend this line? Yeah. Like, I don't know if there's probably an end of this loop here, but essentially, there was this dance through the early phases of our frameworks where it was like, okay, functions are cool, and then it's like, oh no, there's like too much stuff, you know, and then it's like, I actually had like a while ago, I'd really thought about this, but I'm trying to remember what the order is, but like every time no one was completely happy with any of these. You'd like build everything up in functions, and then you get to a point where the function had too much stuff in it, and then you'd be like, actually, I have this backwards. Then you would end up extracting stuff into objects and like pass it through the functions, and then eventually those objects would just become classes. And then at a certain point, you were looking at your classes, and you're like, I don't like all the methods hanging off them. I want to get back to functions again. And we did this dance like through framework trends like multiple times, where it was like functions to objects to classes to functions to objects to classes, like, and something had to break the cycle, because like we weren't getting anywhere, right? And sometimes this distinction is what made you decide which framework you liked. Like this was as opinionated as the DSL. It's like, well, I like objects, I like functions, right? I like classes, and as I said, what made React really cool, and this is the part that I want to highlight here, is it could do it all. A framework might be opinionated about like, yes, this is the way we do it, this is the way to do it. But because of React's focus on its primitives at the time, it could actually be all of that. And you might be going, oh, is that great? Like, I mean, I was in projects where all three patterns are being applied, whether it was like using the hooks to inject objects like Recompose, whether it's the old class components or functions. Yeah, right. I do think that's why classes versus objects is worth a distinction here, right? But yeah, it's more the way that they're being used because objects get introduced almost as like output of factory functions, and then they become the thing because no one wants the functions anymore, and then they evolve into the classes, which then get de-evolved back into the functions. So yeah, this little loop was real, and we needed something to change. But in a sense, everyone was very, very happy where React was, and React was kind of at this all-time high. And I guess the challenge here was things weren't going to always stay this way, right? New problems, web dev moved on, and I think from React's perspective, they hadn't finished the mission, right? Like, this wasn't about being reactionary. React was like, they set out to do something at the beginning that I've talked about, with the work from Jordan, and they were like, we still have more work to do. So, as time goes on, we get later in this graph. It's funny, Svelte actually exists here. Let's add Svelte here. But Svelte here is not much different than Reactive, to be fair. Svelte does exist here, but it becomes much more relevant when we get into the next period, which I'm going to call 2018 to 2000. I mean, it's almost till now. And you're probably thinking, you're like, 4 years is a long freaking time, for these categories. Most of the time we've been doing 2 years and like tighter gaps. But this has really been part of the same time period here, right? And we're gonna get into that here in a second. One sec. As we talk about modern React. Okay? And modern React is probably something that continues to kind of shift in definition, but I think it's important to know that it has its roots back in this earlier time period, but essentially it's continuing to evolve even today. So let's see here. Right. Yeah. Yeah. I could probably split this in two, and I actually wrote an article. Like, there was actually a time. Yeah, I think I nailed it perfectly. Actually, I wrote an article right at the tipping point between people loving React and disliking React, and I actually brought that one back up on Twitter today because it's been another 2 years since then, and it's like, how have things changed? Right? Hooks did change the game, and hooks are a big thing, and but they weren't the first thing that signaled the entrance to the modern React age. Right? We focus on hooks because hooks were the thing that mattered to us and changed the authoring. Like, the bit of my personal story flows into this time period, because I was using my stuff and I didn't care and I was happy using my stuff. Then Ryan Florence goes and makes a benchmark, and everyone's, like, oh, I don't know if we should be using stuff like Knockout anymore because, React's faster and all this stuff. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to show you that a reactive system can be fast. So that's when I set off, right around the time of like 2016, 17, to work on Solid, right? I didn't release it too much later, so we can put Solid on the map here. Solid's a funny one because Solid is again, I love how these arrows bend everything together, because Solid, what did I put it over here? Solid wasn't very influenced by Svelte. Solid was influenced by Knockout, way back here. Influenced by Elm, way over here. And influenced, obviously, by React, right here. And but the important thing is, just kind of like get into this thing is that's where I was sitting at when hooks came out. But the role for React was, as I said, React wasn't even thinking about Knockout.js or reactivity when they introduced hooks. And I think to understand that, you need to actually trace back to what the first thing that they did to usher in this new modern age of React. And that was they introduced the idea of suspense and concurrency first. So let's see if I can pull that up.
Searching for a better way to collaborate with your team?
Ads.
Try
Sorry.
Vision, an online whiteboard made.
I type JSConf Iceland. And even though it waited a little bit, it still froze later because the underlying problem is just that the update is big and it's synchronous. So as soon as React starts rendering, it cannot stop. Well, what if there was a way to make updates asynchronous so that React starts rendering something, but then yield back to the browser. And if there is a higher priority event, like an input, the browser could handle that first and not start the thread. So I will disable the throttling for now. Let's see how it normally behaves in asynchronous mode. So what you can see here is that when the input is short and it doesn't there is not a lot of computation, it updates almost synchronously. So it feels like as if it was synchronous. But if I type more, what happens is that instead of hanging the thread stays responsive. You can see that it's mostly green. But instead, React just updates the charts less often, and they lag behind my input a little bit. But in many cases, this actually doesn't matter, and it's a completely fine compromise from the UI perspective. Let's see what happens on a slow device. So I enable the CPU throttling, 4 times slower. You can see that it does stutter a little bit, but it's mostly green, and it tries to catch up to my typing even though the device is slower, compared to the synchronous version where it just stutters on every keystroke.
This was the demo, and some pointing out, React Fiber is a big deal. But the thing is, they introduced Fiber, and people were like, okay, that's cool, but it didn't mean anything until we could actually see a place where Fiber actually had a use. And it's kind of funny because this demo, the original one, is actually the one demo that the current version of React's concurrent rendering is not good at, because they actually changed their approach, which actually makes this specific demo not a good demo anymore. But it takes some hindsight perspective here to understand what they showed off here, and that was that they actually introduced 2 concepts, 2 features in this demo, but they got wrapped into the same feature, and I to this day, I don't think it's very clear to a lot of people that there is actually kind of 2 sort of related features here. The first one that I showed you is actually kind of built upon the second, but the idea is that React could render things in parallel, not at the same time, obviously, because if you have one CPU core, that's all you can do, right? You can just take turns or whatever. But essentially, React now had the ability to do multiple trees. That was a big part of it. And the second part, which is what we showed in this demo, was React had the ability to switch between those trees in rendering and actually schedule stuff based on priority. But both abilities can be useful on their own, even though they got wrapped into this single thing. The piece that we just saw here, where it's about giving each piece of CPU, was called time slicing originally. And the other piece, actually, Dan demos a little bit later, and it was the piece that I was actually more interested in, which is that, see if I can find the beginning of this demo, because it's actually kind of long, but...
So now when I click, it shows an inline spinner.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
To make loading ID an argument to render list. And I'm going to call render list. So if we are currently loading, which is what we wanted to ask React, then I just pass the current ID. Otherwise I pass null. And I can even remove the main placeholder now. Let's see what happens. So now when I click, it shows an inline spinner. And again, no race conditions. I can click here, then click here.
Okay,
It shows the
sorry,
right
I jumped too far ahead.
copy paste what
Essentially,
less than a second.
his
I start loading a movie, and I load the details first.
Yeah.
It shows the details, but the reviews are still loading. And when the reviews are ready, it shows the reviews. And again, there are no race conditions. I can go back, I can...
Hopefully you pick up that piece, but essentially, he was just showing like this flow, and I'm going to show really quick here, is what kind of typical flow you'd find in a React app classically.
And I load the details first.
So
I can wrap the movie reviews wrap with a... Let's see what happens.
sorry, let's see it one more time.
So I pause all new requests, I start loading a movie, and I load the details first. It shows the details, but the reviews are still loading. And when the reviews are ready, it shows the reviews.
Right.
And again, there are no race conditions.
What he's showing here is when you go to a new route, you have to go to the route to render the new route. So you fetch the data when you go to the new route, and then you have to show a placeholder for it. And then as stuff comes in, you can show it, right? And this is pretty much the way you typically do stuff. But the idea is if with using, and then he goes and shows how you could make an API that works the opposite way, which is that when you click on it, it actually gives a pending indicator right away and then moves to the new page when it's done. But he had to hoist a bunch of stuff up. And then what he ultimately showed with suspense was, I think, this.
I'm bad at this, right? Yeah, this should be... Now, if I click on it, that didn't work. Okay, it's a live demo. Some things don't always... Oh, right, I forgot to use my image component. That's why you should look at lint warnings. So let's use the image component. Now click on it, and it jumps on the page when the image is ready.
Right. This demo shows a completely different use for concurrent rendering, essentially showing that you can show a pending state without dropping back to a skeleton and then loading the data in. And there's different ways to do that, but the key part of this demo that Dan was showing is that it can do that by just writing almost very simple React code and then just wrapping it in this kind of idea of a transition. And this technically, the only requirement to do this is be able to render in parallel. You don't actually need time slicing to accomplish this because this is bottlenecked by input-output. It's bottlenecked by a request to the database for some data. It's not like that typing example where it's CPU bound. If React goes and renders that off page and you're not really interacting with the current page, like who cares? You don't actually need time slicing. But these things kind of got conflated with each other into concurrent mode, even though there are two very distinct use cases. But I did want to show them off here because this is when we were first introduced to modern React, why they wanted React Fiber. I think this talk was more interesting to someone like myself, like more on the framework author side, because I'm suddenly like, oh wow, people who build apps with UIs could probably respect this problem, but there was always a way you could solve it. You could just hoist the state up. But being able to handle this at a fundamental level so that you could kind of invert the control was incredible. But it does come at a cost here, because if you can parallel render, suddenly our expectations on the way that components should run have to change. We have to be, we have to like follow some rules, otherwise things can clash with each other. And the problem was React wasn't almost restrictive enough to have the way to express that intent with the class components. So what ended up doing was they actually were thinking we could hit two what's the term, like two birds with one stone. What if we could both solve our problem of not having the language to be able to express some ideas, and finally give React a composition model that has been missing since the old Mixin days. The class components actually hurt composition big time, which is really awkward because React was built on composition, and suddenly composition was not as good as it once was. It was cool because it actually pushed people into like other patterns, but that's part of the reason I think we ended up with function components. That whole loop happened because the industry, and everyone was like, okay, yeah, we need classes, and then it was like, oh, let's React started it with create class, which is basically objects, classes to functions. So this was kind of it's funny. Sometimes I feel like React's demos during this time were backwards. Like they essentially tried to show us the results so we get excited about it, but not how to get there. And no one really understood what they were doing. They're like, okay, that's a cool demo, but like couldn't connect the dots, which is one of the biggest challenges. And from a lot of people, this is really exciting, but it didn't really mean anything to them. Of course, then almost immediately after, about 6 months later, the same year, 2018, they dropped the bomb that changes everything. Yeah, someone's asking about this. To be fair, this pattern of using the router exists way back in Ember days. It doesn't change very much. The problem is, even with these mechanisms like being able to invert control, you still need to start the fetching at some point. So nesting stuff down the component tree doesn't work very well. So that's why these nested routers are a thing, because they give us the anchor points. But the coolest thing is you can use these technologies together. You can let the router do the fetching but be non-blocking. And then you can let suspense handle everything and all the race conditions below it automatically. And I think this is something that's been missed on a lot of the first ones because suspense wasn't ready yet. But like, I don't want it's kind of funny. The loaders and stuff shouldn't be considered blocking functions. They should run, and then your app should be rendering at the same time. They shouldn't expect the data to be there at the time that they run. That's what suspense gives you. So while those patterns are common, these are complementary. They're not competing. I just think that a lot of React libraries had to build in a world where that didn't exist yet. Yes, yeah, I think there's a gap here. Right, and so essentially, as I said, we now had a really cool idea of why they did fiber, but this wasn't really useful because you weren't gonna go use this. At the end of the demo, they're like, now you have a lazy component. I was like, okay, sweet, but there wasn't much else you can do it. I think the bigger change, as I mentioned, was they worked on it a bunch, but they decided that it was time to address that problem, that I was mentioning a moment ago. How to express the intent, how to get composition back that they'd lost in class components. And this, for me, is probably the most seminal talk for me, changed my life. But I'm just going to throw this on here for you all to enjoy. Of course, it doesn't. This is Dan, October 26th, 2018. I have that date memorized because it was just one of those life events for me, which is sad in some ways, but also, it is what it is. Let's see.
pass the initial state to specify it.
Okay, so I jumped way ahead. Sorry. Where are we? I thought I had the link at the right spot, but let's.
And the input has.
Sorry, I will find the marker.
This is the state here.
Just a little bit further.
Render an input valid at here, and we set.
He's just making a simple name tag that you can update.
Okay, so I need to bind. Sorry, I need to bind the event handler. Okay, so now I can actually edit it and it works. So a familiar class component is, if you work with React, you probably write a lot of those. But let's take a step back. What if we didn't have to write a class when we wanted to use state? So I'm not sure how that's going to work, but I'll just start with what I know. I want to render an input. So I'm going to put an input here. And the input has a value, and that value is the current name. So I'll just pass name. I don't know where to get name from, so it doesn't come from props. I'll just declare it, and I don't know. I'll fill it in later. So it's going to have a change handler as well. So I'm going to declare onChange handle name change. And I'm adding a function here, takes an event. And then here, I want to tell React to set the name to something. But again, I'm not sure how to do that from a function component, so I'll just call something called setName with the current input value. And I'll just declare it here. Alright, so these two things, they're closely related, right? So one of them is the current value of the name state variable, and the other is a function that lets us set the name state variable. And so because these things are closely related, I'm actually going to put them together as a pair of values. So I'm going to get them together from somewhere. So where do I get them from? From React local state. So how do I use React local state from a function component? Well, what if I could just use state? And pass the initial state to specify it. Let's see if this works. Yeah, it works.
You could tell he's pretty proud at that moment. Like he it's like when you have a secret that no one else knows and you get to show everyone and you're just like, yeah, exactly. Yeah. like, yeah. Like what's the classic one? Like, we have something we think you'll really like, you know? Oh man. This whole talk is actually great. And actually Brian Florence makes another appearance later on where, he kind of goes into like useEffect and actually showing people like how this is a long coding demo, so it's not really good for the sake of the stream. But this whole talk again is great because he makes it real. But for me, the second that I saw Dan's talk personally, that this probably meant more to me than other people because that was essentially the moment that I realized that Solid.js was a real thing. Was like he like I saw him do the tuples and I'm like, oh, that's how you do it. I've been struggling with how to keep the separation with a good API, and then secondly I was like, wait, how is that possible? But the key thing here is you can see this if you go in React, I forget where is it, React hooks prior art or whatever. Where is it? Is it in here? Is it prior art for hooks? There is not going to be any mention of those reactive systems that I talked about before, right? They talked about some React future thing. They talked about an idea that Dom, we already talked about him in Inferno, had in terms of syntax. Talked about a pattern that Ryan Florence had come up with. Talked about some stuff in Reason. Talked about RxJS, actually, of all things for subscriptions, all very strengths. But like zero mention of the API that I showed you earlier with Knockout that looked almost exactly identical, and or even Vue, which looks really identical, or Reactive, or all of those libraries, because honestly they weren't looking at those libraries somehow, and maybe this comes from like this web of how much cross-pollination has happened over the years. They had pulled in influences from different places that they'd somehow managed to kind of land on almost the same patterns. I can't explain it exactly, but it's important to understand, like, this is a completely different execution model, right? In React, we have these functions that run over and over again. So you have to think of a way to actually preserve state in them. It's a complete opposite of a reactive system where you have, it's that state that reruns over and over again. So hooks, mind-blowing demo, right? Change everything. But yeah, and they brought something to React that I don't think anyone actually realized would happen. I mean, there's some great conversation from that time. Like the probably best visual of what hooks did initially for people was like this. Like, I don't know if you can see this that well. I don't know if blowing up my screen will help anymore. Probably not. But Sunil, who's later would become a React core team member as well, posted this thing where he's like, look, I got this class component and I got all this code, and the black stuff was actually stuff that he was able to delete because it just wasn't necessary anymore when he moved to hooks. The yellow stuff was stuff that was concerned with like the window object, and he was showing, like, with the life cycles, the stuff was sprinkled all over. The stuff related to the theme and the context is green, and the stuff for the local state was blue. With hooks, this mess of stuff suddenly looked like a bunch of blocks that were together, where green stuff was together, the blue stuff was together, the yellow stuff was together, and then in the view it kind of sprinkled in. This is incredibly powerful co-location. I've actually only ever seen one framework take it farther, where the green is actually next to the green and the blue, like the whole thing combines. That's upcoming Marco 6. But like, this was like, this is just mind bending. To be fair, this is what I personally liked about libraries like Knockout, because they were always like this. But until someone actually pointed this out, no one was going here. And I mean, we showed Vue, talked about Vue. Vue had a reactive library like Knockout, did not go this way. It looked like, they had these objects. It was incredible the impact this had across the ecosystem. We talk about React's influence, on philosophy. It was basically, even if you ignore the technology, they've impacted best practices for years and years and years. Right? Like, another example, like Rich Harris, fresh out of that conf. Like, when did he post this? October 30th, 4 days later. He's like, he first like, okay, well, we need hooks for Svelte. So he's like, okay, I can do this. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like, okay, that's cool. And then he's like, okay, wait, no. He's like, screw it. I'm just going to use the compiler and do it. This is not obviously final Svelte. He realized that you need a special syntax to show derived state because there is a difference. But the point is, hooks are what influenced Svelte 3's API design and Evan U to expose their reactive system. This was a not popular thing. I showed those old libraries like Knockout, right? I showed them basically being the same thing, but it was magic back in 2010 when this was happening. People played with it, but then ultimately were like, we're going to leave the magic in the past. Hooks were like, oh no, this is okay all of a sudden. And I mean, that's huge. And as I said, I told you all, I warned you at the beginning, this would tie into my personal story. That is my personal story. I was that weirdo that already thought that this was the best pattern before React told everyone to, and that's the only reason why I'm here. So this is like, I can't state enough how, like, as I said, can you picture being Vue, having the ability to have done something like hooks for like 4 years, and just being like, no, we don't think that's the best pattern, until React actually does it. Like, I mean, this is a crazy thing, because in a sense, if you focus just on the hooks themselves, I would argue that a reactive system is just better for this kind of syntax or this kind of approach. It aligns more with the way it works. But as I said, React wasn't interested in that. They were like, how do we solve this composition problem? It had nothing to do with reactivity in the sense that I talk about reactivity. Right? That's what they were trying to do. That's why every time someone asks me like, oh, what's React going to take from Solid.js? I'm going to be like, probably almost nothing. You know, maybe I'll make a good API design decision that I get to before they release it, and it tweaks their thinking a bit. But they probably would have landed on it anyways. They have amazing API design. I've seen that again and again. I think I got one for you. Solid. When React introduced use transition, they had the first argument being the starting the transition, and the second argument being the like is pending. And in Solid, I was like, this isn't the pattern we use, and I reversed it. So I made the is pending the first argument, and I made the start transition the second argument. React later switched it to the same order as Solid. That's about the extent of that influence from my perspective. And I don't think they even looked at what I was doing. It was just the logical decision. They just introduced the wrong order. And luckily, I realized that and made my APIs that way. And they ended up, realizing it later and following suit. But you know what I mean? Like, I don't think that was them looking at Solid, so to speak. So, but I as I said, hooks didn't just change everything for React. They changed everything outside of React. That's the impact. It's also why they're not probably like phased by a lot of the conversations that are happening right now. All right. People are still talking about Redux. Hooks gave me the React syntax I wanted. Solid gave me the way to use the syntax I wanted. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, hooks are like clearly one of the best things that have ever happened to React. It's just unfortunate that model aligns a little bit better with the exact opposite mental paradigm or like thing. But we're going to get into that more in the future and what that means. I think right now, like this was 2018. People's minds were blown, and everyone was rushing to kind of fill in the gaps here. It's funny, most of these frameworks only show up once, but I want to point out here that like oh no, delete that one, sorry. That in a sense, because of how big the API change was, I'm gonna put Vue 3 and Svelte 3 out here, because kind of like Angular 2, like they're actually worth pointing out. I mean, in the case of Svelte, it wasn't that painful because essentially they were how should I put it? Like, they didn't really have many users before V3, but going from Vue 2 to Vue 3 was a big lift for a number of people. And I want to point out here that essentially, like, this happened, like, I mean, anyway, like, I mean, in a sense, I should put React. Let me actually get rid of these last two arrows, because React is at this point is just too crowded. It's actually easier to treat this new React that we've been talking about as another thing here too. So let's say 2018, so a little bit later than Solid. So right here, React. I don't know what to call this. It's like React Next or whatever. It's not Next though, because Next is Next.js, but we need something to denote what this version of React is. React 2, clearly. Thank you, Theo. Of course, this is React 2. Yeah, I mean, 16.8, yes. It was like somewhere around 16. I mean, to be fair, I guess I could call it, but it wasn't actually 16. 16 put it in process, but like, that's fine. I'm going to call it React 2 because that's actually better from my perspective. React 2 is very influenced by React. React 2 was... I mean, that's the difference here. I don't know if React 2 had any new influences. It goes all the way back to... I didn't put it on here because it wasn't like the framework thing, but like obviously our old buddy Fax.js is part of this lovely graph as well. But what's more important is these lines, because we had this happen, right? Like this sort of ecosystem thing. And to be fair, Solid probably deserves to point an arrow at React a little bit too here, even though it's like an almost like straight horizontal one. So this is kind of like, this is a big change, and React pulled it off almost seamlessly. Well, at least at first is how I would put it, right? Because this is one of those points. The problem is, it was only one piece of the puzzle that had been of a plan that's been rolling since about 2000. I want to say 2015-ish, and by the time we get to 2020, right? Someone earlier made a joke that I should draw a line here in 2020, like kind of like a half line or like a. And I think you're actually kind of right. From framework's perspective, it doesn't really matter as much. But this sort of halfway point, and I guess it aligns with Vue. Vue was 2020, Svelte was 2019. From this perspective, things started to change. And part of it was people seeing other systems do hooks in a way. And part of it was from hooks themselves, just kind of understanding how that dynamic worked, right? That's a congested flight path. Yeah. And that's going to be part of it, right? The first one that kind of called it, I think, was from the first kind of hint that we got, like maybe something's up. Dan actually covered this in this article, which is making set interval a declarative hook with React. And this article is amazing. Yeah, it's fine. I'll use light mode. And in the words of Ryan Florence, I've had a lot of people point to set interval hook as some sort of egg on React's face. It just, people didn't get why they couldn't just put an interval at the top of their component, right? Like, why can't we just do this? And I mean, if you've used React before, you can kind of get it. You're just like, there's no way this could possibly work the way you want. Sorry, use interval isn't right because that one's actually the fixed one. Where's the actual original demo, the thing that actually didn't work? Where can we start at the beginning? They're not gonna. Oh, that's funny. The article doesn't actually have the original. Yeah, here it is. Stack Overflow. See, to be fair, the person here at least knew enough to put it inside a useEffect. Right? So like, but like, yeah, stuff just wasn't working the way they wanted to, because they figured out that they needed an empty dependency array so that the interval only gets set up once. But then they didn't understand that this time variable is the same as this time variable, which has been closed over. It never changes. On the first render, you get a 0. When the interval fires, it's 0 plus 1. Sometime later, this thing fires again. The interval just keeps on firing, and all it ever sees is 0 plus 1, and it shows 1 forever. This is the egg on the face example, right? The thing is, this makes a ton of sense, right? Set interval is like an external change mechanism that isn't part of React's system, and we need to have these things come together, essentially. And the problem was there wasn't an easy way to pull something out of the component anymore. Like the class components did that for us, but now with this, you're just like, okay, well, I guess I'll use useEffect. But the problem is you're still driving state. So somehow you have to combine state and stuff that kind of was outside of the render cycle together, and you've kind of removed that from the language. Right? So, like, okay, fair enough. But Dan goes through this article, and the thing is, I'm trying to remember if this is the final version. No, yeah, of use interval. But the version I like is to go back to before he extracts it into another hook, because he goes through all the process, and I like that how he explains it. And he explains how you can use refs for effects. But essentially, before he extracts the hook, yes, this is the version that I think is the most illustrative of where we ended up with the hook. Now, don't get me wrong. I think useEffect is actually fairly well-designed hook, because when used independently on its own, it cleans up after itself. I know that's kind of like a funny thing, but like if you ignore all this other noise, inside the effect, you create the thing that you'll get rid of later. So it only lives inside this zone. It keeps it tight, essentially. And because of that, you don't need refs. You don't have to, once you're inside this escape hatch, you don't have to worry about the outside world until you do. That's where the complexity suddenly triggers on, because suddenly, if you have two use effects that need to communicate with each other, you need a mechanism for them to talk to each other that isn't stateful because you don't want to re-render. And again, this makes a ton of sense, but you have to know that or understand that. Yes, I think this is dead on, right? Or it's a primitive, so you're supposed to compose on top of it, right? Like things like the most egregious thing about using useEffect, and I could go over this again, but I think Theo already did this on stream, and it's kind of obvious, is basically using it to synchronize state. You should derive data where you can. Like state should derive from other state. You should use memos if they're expensive, but you shouldn't be using effects to write to state, because in React, that's basically, you can pretend it compiles to rerun component. Every time you write to state, it's like rerun component inline. So if you start doing that, if you have something that runs, because something causes the component to run, and then you get to another point, and it's like rerun me again, you're double rendering, like at least every time. And that's the first one. The second one actually isn't bad. Stuff like async is internally how you would do it, but I think I actually don't have that huge problem with useEffect for doing async fetching. I mean, that's what something React query is using under the hood. There's an argument that you should always use higher level primitives if they're available, but like generally speaking, useEffect is doing its job there. But as I said, the problem is people aren't used to thinking about their apps as pure graphs, right? Like, and this is not a React. It's funny. This is one of those things that's Solid and React actually have in common, surprisingly, is we both want you to derive data and have a distinction between things that are effectful and pure. This is actually really good UI design pieces that React had kind of discovered over time. But yes, there was definitely this sense, it started, as I said, with this article where people are just like, this is crazy. You tell me to set an interval, I need to add, like I started with something that looked like it could be top level. Maybe I would add an effect, that makes sense. Now I need a ref I need to extract a callback. I need two effects, and I don't even know what this thing is doing anymore. Like but how often do you hit this in real life? Maybe you don't hit it. Like who wants to use set interval? So this kind of passed, but at a certain point, people hit it for real. And I think this is probably this was like 6 months later, but this is probably the article that was kind of pushed it forward. And they're saying that React became a black box. Basically, the concern that React became magic, essentially. React expert says, check out this cool thing we did with hooks. React core teams, this will break for the credible subtle reasons. Oh, you're right. Honestly, this was more intuitive with classes. Don't worry, it'll make sense. You just need to completely reconfigure your brain. And to be fair to React, Rich Harris made this graphic. This is. But we did see these conversations. These were like the real conversations like this did happen out in the wild, on Twitter, even if Rich did completely manufacture this graphic. But yeah, not many folks are talking about it publicly, perhaps fear for embarrassment or their lack of knowledge, but recent Twitter banter over the last few months, as well as conversations had with a handful of thought leaders, have made it clear that very, very few people in the community understand how React works now. So this is kind of interesting, because we've shown an API that is so well designed, makes a ton of sense, solves all the problems, and yet there's this gap here. How do you deal with this gap? And as I said, this was a very nice way of talking about kind of wrapping head around the concurrent changes. Other people, have been pushing stuff like Creative X Date, David Corsid, talking about useEffect. useEffect has been kind of the struggle here. And the funniest thing is, useEffect shouldn't even be something that we like talk about. Just like, oh yeah, we did the side effect. It's like somehow useEffect became the thing that everyone decided to build around. And I get it. And I said, I have this problem with Solid a lot too. And it comes back to this knockout mentality, actually, where at a certain point you're like, I got state and I want to update that state. So you're just tempted to just write all of these computations. And in your head, you're just like, I see that I wrote a function that will run when this changes and it will update my state. Like, so you can break your logic into this kind of thing where you're like, okay, here's my data, here's my updates, and it's just easier to kind of write it that way, even though it's not good. And that's essentially it. useEffect shouldn't, as we mentioned, shouldn't be the focus, but yet it keeps on being it. And it's kind of the same reason why, it's related to the reason why people are into stuff like fine-grained, like Solid and Vue, and not RxJS. RxJS, if you've ever written anything in RxJS, and I'm going to throw this out here, I am actually quite familiar with RxJS, and its many, many operators. But what I wanted to show here, if I can show like just a simple operator expression, is, not subscribe. I need something a little bit, here we go. From event, pipe, scan this thing, subscribe thing, right? So they're using a piping syntax that push this to this to this, and they're applying the scan operator as a way of basically taking the input value and feeding it back through again. It's kind of like a reduce operation for those who might not be familiar. And essentially, you take something kind of imperative like an event listener, and then suddenly have the ability to go, okay, take a click event, pipe, throttle it, scan. You can describe stuff incredibly tersely as a matter of like pieces, like defined pieces with RxJS. You can basically take any kind of idea and then find the like what primitives form that idea and make it a function of some known operation. That's what RxJS does for you. But the challenge is, what if the wiring needs to change? There are operators for that, but things start getting a lot more complicated, because with RxJS it's this push. You start from the event and you push through this chain, right? And if the structure changes, it's hard to deal with that. React is almost the opposite. It's like pull. Like essentially, we're going to rerun, and then we're going to just get the piece as we need it, as we request it. And in both of these cases, you're part of a system that's already been wired for you, and you don't have much dynamicism. Like in RxJS, you can actually change what the piping is, but largely, like in React, it's kind of out of your hands now. Like it's just like, okay, this is the component lifecycle, and these hooks will get kind of pulled in according to these rules. Right. So this is why I wanted to show it, because someone once asked Steve Sanderson, creator of Knockout, and let's see if I can find it. Knockout versus RxJS, and it was in like a yeah, I'm probably not going to find it now. It was like in a Stack Overflow question or something, and where was it? Yeah, I'm not going to find it. That's fine. He basically said that what was really cool is that in Knockout, you could write things as expressions still, right? Like you didn't need to do all this piping thing. You wrote things as if they were pull, right? Like you could write your expressions like oh, in here, name to uppercase, or you could basically write the stuff in line in your templates, right? And like that kind of windows into imperative logic is what made things nice. Because sure, you could, if you add a couple more operators on here and you're doing something really complicated, this representation is really good. But it, like, I mean, do I have an open code window to show you what I'm talking about? Let's say file new, let's do new text file or whatever. Okay, if and can I change it to JavaScript? Okay. I'm just going to throw this out here just so you can see what I'm talking about. But like, is it easier to combine two values by saying like name equals first name plus last name, or thank you, or let's pretend something like let's use double count equals count times 2, okay? Versus like from some like count dot pipe double subscribe do something. I guess I'm going to call this one double count out. Like, my point is, like, for a lot of people, you like, even if it's like double, then subtract 2, right? Dot pipe dot subtract 2, like, there's a huge difference in writing your code this way, right? And I mean, yeah, you're right. Someone's pointing out that I can do this. I don't actually have to call pipe a second time. Yeah. Okay. But you get what I'm saying. It's clearer. It lets you represent stuff. But at a certain point, if I'm a developer, just like, now pretend that this logic is in a div, right? If this logic's in a div, I can just go, okay. If this logic needs to be in a div, you know what I mean? Like, I have to hoist it out into double count or something, $, and then I need to go div, like you everything just gets, like, I actually looked into using RxJS as a reactive library background. Unless, if you're doing things fine-grained, you actually need to, you need to actually hoist things out. Otherwise, I could have put it in the subscribe, right? I could have, like, put the div inside here and did my stuff in here. And instead of subscribe, maybe I'd be like combine, and like I pipe a bunch of streams together. But like there is some benefit for being able to express logic in this kind of like, oh, there's just an expression, and useEffect lets you change to write logic like this instead of like this, in a sense. Like when you derive state, it's not bad, but like if you are using, like this is already a memo. Like you like this does not take much to kind of go, oh, this is a memo. But or next, let's put a function here. Like you can already see that, but like when logic gets more complicated with computations, it's a lot easier sometimes to just lay everything out in some kind of imperative code block where you can go, okay, when the number, when the subtotal changes, we have to apply this tax and this thing, and it's easier to apply the taxes than to actually, have them all be derived. But I mean, that's the whole point of useEffect, to have an imperative escape hatch from React. It cannot be compared to any reactive logic. Right, but actually this is a place I say stuff is actually sort of comparable, and why people get pulled into it, because they see, okay, it's much easier for me to express things as simple expressions. So they start just writing these expressive blocks and treating it like a reactive library, because in a sense, useEffect feels like a reactive computation. You say what the dependencies are. It feels like a subscription. It feels like what goes in here. That's useEffect feels like what goes in here. It doesn't matter. This is just a dependency array, this whole stuff in front, but it feels like what's in here. And this should be the output, but picture using this to feed back in. Right. You have to shift around, but when you give people a place, like a clear place that's like, use my logic, that's where they have the tendency to do it. And as I said, I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying like that's how we end up here. And like this kind of conversation went on for quite some time, right? Like I actually had a tweet for a while here, because around 2020 I mentioned that I had noticed like what I call a temperature change around React, and I don't mean like at that point there was a bit of a Facebook backlash going on around the beginning of COVID, but like where developers were just like rejecting the concepts and the vision of React, like concurrent mode and suspense. They were basically like, I don't want these. React can build them, but I don't want these. I'm going to keep on using React the way I've always used it. And even frameworks like Preact and Vue like announced, like, we're not supporting these features. And everyone was like, yeah, Vue's so awesome, they're not going to do concurrent rendering. And maybe that's fine, but like it was such a definitive statement that I was like, I mean, sure, don't do it. But like, and I understand they had to tell their community who thought that stuff was coming, but like, I was saying it felt more like a badge of honor or something, right? And people were just kind of, and I just had enough of it. I'd seen a bunch of people on Twitter like acting like the members of React core were like clowns or something for, doing this esoteric thing that only matters to meta. And I'm like, did you guys watch the demos? Like that, the stuff that Dan presented in that 2018 time slicing demo are real things. Maybe like the type ahead thing you can solve pretty easily with a debouncer, it'll be good enough. I mean, obviously the thing was better. Like time slicing may be something you don't need to worry about. But that inversion of control, good patterns around data, like skeleton screens, loading states. The problem is people at that point didn't see the full picture. And they might not even see this full picture today. But like this is what makes streaming rendering possible. And all of those other improvements that are coming down. I had a chance to sit down with Dan Abramoff and talk to him a bit about it, and he explained that if we go back to our timeline, everything started around 2015, because while this framework thing was going on with React, and where we're sitting, React was like, at Facebook, we're like, okay, we think, and I'm going to use a different color here, that GraphQL is the solution. They had a real problem with data fetching and distributing data pattern flows, and it was really awkward when you try and scale it up and you have this desire to make all state local. Like, they could try using stuff like use query type patterns, but they needed stuff far more granular, like to be able to scale. Like, key invalidation is fine, but like normalized caching and stuff actually made a difference. So they basically created Relay around this time period, using it internally. Like, this was all brought upon because of the desire to get the feeds on the mobile app, essentially, and this is kind of crossed with React Native, like in terms of motivations, because early on, around the 2012-13 period, Facebook was betting pretty much on mobile web. They were hoping that that they would be able to like bet on the web and have a single platform that worked everywhere. I don't know if people remember this. They even had like their own kind of environment, I think, on the phones. It was a while ago, but essentially at this, they figured out Relay. It worked pretty well, but once they'd explored that path, they were reasonably happy, but it was very complicated. And the question came up around this time, let's say Relay caps off right on this 2015 line. What comes after GraphQL? What comes after Relay? And they already had an answer from the past, like Facts.js, which we talked about earlier. And that started everything that came, right? Because if you follow down this line of thought and you're like, what comes after, like, they needed to be able to solve server rendering. They needed to be able to solve the Flux, to be clear, was much earlier. That was like, they were already using Flux and talking about it in 2013-14. I guess, to be fair, we should consider the Relay boundary right about here. But they'd already been working on GraphQL and figuring all that stuff out. Flux was like a direction and something that they strongly believed in, but that was present probably even before they open sourced it. Yeah, so I mean, where I'm going here is suspense. Where did suspense show up? Suspense showed up here. Hooks showed up shortly after here. It's funny, like, the order, and then finally React 18, which is around here, came up with streaming, and somewhere out here we got two more ones we're gonna add. We're gonna have React, or I'm just put it RCs for short, React Server Components, and we have compiler. And to be fair, internally, I'm pretty sure a whole bunch of crap happened in the middle here, right? Like, someone's asking what I mean by prolific. What I meant is like widespread in adoption and mindset and mentality. Before I moved React 2 out of here, which is kind of where we've been going recently, if you look, like, the whole world converges on arrows in React, both from, and this is like a mind share perspective, like React basically managed to pull its gravity to pull in the whole universe. So that's sort of what I was getting at. It's not, this is more on the like framework author mindshare side, but it's true also in terms of job market and whatever. React is like a singularity that like a black hole. It just like pulls everything in. It's everywhere. I mean, that's the opposite of prolific, I guess, because prolific means it's like spread everywhere. When I'm saying it's actually more like it's like a gravity well. But like, all of these features actually played together, because in order for them to get streaming rendering they needed to have suspense, right? And this is kind of a weird arrow, but for suspense to really work in the proper way, they needed granularity with hooks. And in order to get like this, and then this is just something else. But what I'm getting at is this is all part of a bigger picture that's been kind of getting put together here. And it wasn't obvious where they were going until they got there. The funniest thing is, like, I know this from being work on stuff. You need suspense or something like suspense. You need async to do streaming, but they didn't tell us about this here because, like, what did they release with suspense? What was it, like, lazy? Lazy is like this thing. The other thing that's missing here, actually, and it kind of ties into RSCs, is data loading primitives, right? Like, and as I said, this is sort of the crossroads here. I'm kind of laying this out here. So I'm gonna create a banner here, which is we are now. I talked about modern React, but now we are definitely moving into the future of React. If you've been following everything so far, I hope it kind of makes sense, at least how this whole story kind of plays out together. But the thing is, the other day, let's see, I'm going to go, this probably will come up again on This Week in JavaScript, but I want to pull this out here, is Dan asked everyone if ask him a question about JavaScript, right? And I asked him, I'm like, are you ever concerned that the level of abstraction we are heading towards in JS frameworks is going too far? That it's hard to keep things in one head. Should we be trying to mitigate that, or is it inevitable and we should be working on shoring up the language, essentially? Like, should we just build better abstractions? And Dan very strongly responded, it's not far enough. At the right level, all things work in unison and complement each other in a deeply intentional way. Much of the complexity we know now is caused by fragmentation and parts not understanding each other. There's a reverse trend for unification, and it's good. So from his perspective, the problem is that the abstraction today still leaks. They've been trying to build all the pieces in the right way. Like, actually, sorry, there's another piece of this tweet that's actually relevant, which is he goes, don't get me wrong, with higher on the abstraction ladder you go, the more ways you can absolutely fuck it up. And if you get the design right, you can do the things naturally that are not even thought possible at a lower level. This is a big if, but I'm sure there'll be progress on this. So what he's suggesting here is that like even more ambitious. Yeah, this is the whole framework versus library thing. Like, this is a clear trajectory. I agree with this kind of positioning, but it's more than that. He's just talking even on a pure abstraction level, like how if they do a good enough job shoring up the gaps in the abstraction, certain classes of problems just disappear and everything just works really nicely. It's almost like creating a programming language, which you start to understand why things like the compiler and compilation kind of come into mind here. Because how do you finish this story? I actually, somewhere in the chain, someone's like, well, abstractions are a thing, like we're programmers, we deal with abstractions all day long. And I'm like, yeah, but at what point does it, do the escape hatches get too far from what your understanding is, right? Because escape hatches are vital. They're what you need from a design standpoint to be able to account for the things you can't account for. But if the model gets far enough from the escape hatches, like if the distance spans, people no longer feel like they understand how things work. That's the useEffect problem. The model had gone far enough from the escape hatch that they couldn't reason about it anymore. Your options are to get rid of the escape hatch, like have the perfect abstraction, because in a sense the escape hatch is an abstraction leak, or try and figure out how to minimize that gap a different way, right? That's the thing. If you go really, really, like, how should I put it? Like, I asked this question. I'm like, picture writing all your code in like C# with garbage collection and all this stuff, but the only way you could debug your code is using assembly. Like essentially, if something goes wrong in your C# code, you can't debug through your C# code. You drop into assembly mode to figure out what's going on. Like, that would be very painful. And sometimes working in JavaScript's like that, because you write your code in this language, whether it's React or Solid or Svelte. I mean, they aren't all compiled languages. But you write your code in your language, and then when you go to something goes wrong and you go to like look at the debug and look at the internals, you're in assembly. Like you're in like low-level JavaScript. And there's a couple trains of thought in there, and that's something maybe that's worth ranting about later. But my point is, Dan and React, which started as we're just a view library, is now saying, look, we spent some time there, we've learned the lessons, and now we believe that we can present a better abstraction so you don't have to worry about that. That's what he's saying. He's like saying, like, we haven't taken things far enough. We can't get the new stuff coming out soon enough. React, yeah, I mean, yeah. Paraphrasing, useEffect can't be reasoned about because it's gone too far from the model. Would you say that it still applies to useEffect's intended use cases, or are you purely talking about how... Well, I'm to be fair, I've said that useEffect was beautifully designed and consistent and made sense, but I think even in the intended cases, if the gap gets too big, it's still difficult. Like even obviously when people use it unintentionally, it's hard. But like at a certain point, it's hard to straddle both the lines of like, this is a simple thing that's easy to explain, and actually under the hood that there's whole other systems present. That was the whole thing. If you remember the Jared Palmer article where he was like saying like React's becoming a black box, it's because essentially he felt that he couldn't dig into it anymore. And the truth matters, React is the same, in a lot of ways, the same React it's always been. Right? This is what's confusing, is if you're someone who's working on the framework and you're writing the stuff and you're like, okay, this is better patterns, you find good patterns for people, and the underlying React is still React. How suddenly do we find a place where the perceptions change so drastically? Yeah, but I agree with this fundamentally. That's what I say when I was looking at those examples where people are getting stuck. You're like, well, obviously it doesn't work that way. But I'm more talking about the future React. I think this trend, perhaps, of getting further away from the escape hatches is an inevitable thing. I think React today is walking a line, and that's why some people are very unhappy with it. Other people are like, it makes sense, and they're doing that. But I'm saying the direction of the arrow is going further. Like, today isn't the end of it, right? When you start looking at like where things are going, especially when we talk about the context of compilation. But I haven't given you guys any context about this, right? So the discussion before the context is not right. So let's talk about a few of the things, right? And the first one is React server components. This is the first completely like mind bend of things, right? And in a lot of ways, mind bending very similar to what we saw when some of these previous announcements. So let's look at this one.
The next key point is that server components let you decide the trade-off for every concrete use case. And so if you have some code that just some data fetching and just some pre-processing, it makes sense to put those components on the server. And then if you have some code that needs fast interactions to respond to input immediately, it makes sense to put it on the client. But because there is no technological wall and you're within the single technology, a lot of the code can actually be shared. And we expect that the majority of components will be shared components that can run both on the server and on the client. And for example, if you're developing something like a content management system where you have some kind of articles, it makes sense to render those articles on the server. But then in the admin panel where you're able to edit them, it makes sense to render them on the client so that you can preview changes immediately. And so this is what being in a single paradigm and unifying client and server gives us. The last thing I want to recap from Lauren's demo is that server components let me create user interfaces that feel modern and app-like, but the way I write them kind of reminds me of building an old-school web page. So what I mean by this is, here's a search results server component that accepts search text as a prop, and I don't really need to think about how exactly the client-server interaction happens. Instead, I can focus on describing the UI that I want to see. And in this case, I want to see the search input and the list of results. And that's it. And so the search input here is a client component that has its own state, but it also triggers a refetch of the server tree with the new search text. And so we're back in the search results server component, but this time the search text is different. And so we're going to get the new results, and we're going to emit a list. But in the client, React is smart enough to figure out to only do the parts, to only update the parts that changed. So in this example, it's the list itself that might have changed, right? So we might have had, we might insert some new DOM nodes for new search results and remove some of them, or maybe update them. But it's smart enough to understand that the search input has not changed because it's in the same place. So it doesn't destroy its state. And it's really curious what kind of features you can build on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, Dan does go on a bit more here. I was trying to find a good clip for this one. It was a little bit harder. Like, Lauren's demo was really good, but I think this one's one that's been harder to demo. The key part that I was trying to get at here was that it's a server-driven model. It feels like an old PHP or Rails app. And it's funny because React, through Next, they mentioned actually, I think somewhere in here that they're like, they straight up mentioned that they're working with Next.
Users and people who don't use Next.js.
Right. About how like they're working on this model, but it actually has a lot of the same motivations and stuff that you might have found, in something like Remix. Except React Core team has been working on this thing for ages. Like, this whole story is them writing their own version of Remix, and then at the same time, I showed you that talk with Ryan Florence back in 2015, where he came up with the idea of Remix. Like basically, it's like the same timeline. The only thing is, like, we have two competing approaches on it, built on top of the same framework, which is really interesting. But yeah, some people are talking about it. Yeah, they don't reduce the size of React DOM, but like, if you use Astro plus React, it also doesn't reduce the size of React DOM, so to speak. So it's about scaling at a different point, right? Like, if React server components let a React app flatline, essentially, to a certain degree, where they can basically, yes, the initial cost up front is higher than something else, but like, I mean, you know how this works, right? Like, if you got like a graph or something, right? Like, she use black. a typical React app is gonna like start up here somewhere, and then it's gonna go like this, right? And then Vue might start about halfway down and also basically do the same thing, right? And Solid and Preact, I'll use Preact purple here because, oh no, actually, sorry, that was Vue. Solid and Preact might do something like this, and also basically be about the same thing. So we get Svelte in here. No, sorry, I keep on changing it too early. Get Svelte in here. Maybe that's orange, and they'll start like down here and do something like this, and then finally, something like what should we make React server components? I don't know. Maybe a different blue. React server components are kind of like this. They actually start above React, but they're kind of like that. Like the line gets way more shallow. These aren't showing up enough. But yeah, I don't know. That's the thing. People are asking Marco and Quick. Well, to be fair, today, where's Quick? Quick will be like another purple one. Quick is kind of like here, but maybe it's hard to tell. Maybe a slightly flatter line than React Server Components. And then Marco, I'll use the orange, is like here. Marco 6, yeah, it's like there. To be fair, okay, I actually have to change the quick line a bit because I'm making an assumption here that you're going to need all the JavaScript. The problem with being able to show something like quick or anything with lazy loading like Astro is they could also be like, instead of this straight line, they might draw themselves as like some steps. Like they might be like we actually are like a bunch of steps. So it's hard to draw quick on a line like this because they might start from here. Oh, damn it, stupid thing, just get me out of here. They might like start here at 0 and they might just go hop, 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 hop. It's hard to draw something with progressive thing. Right? I mean, it depends on how scale how interactive you are. Like this is not this diagram has a limit to like how much I can show, because if the app's super interactive, like this bar is going to go up the more interactive. If it's not interactive, it's almost a flat line, but if it's interactive, it goes like this. And to be fair, something like Marco also has the 0 step, like here. So like, but you kind of get what I'm getting at. If I'd say if your site is mostly static, this is like has a lot of static stuff. This is what it looks like. But if the stuff gets more dynamic, the whole graph tilts a little bit, where these ones get steeper. Or I guess these ones fixed rate. Yeah, this basically scales. Basically, the flatness of the line scales based on interactivity. Yeah. So I'll try not to take that as an insult, but this one is definitely a challenge in terms of being able to like properly depict So, yeah, in any case, just kind of, yeah, it's difficult to kind of, yeah, we tangented way hard just now into this, but yes, with server components, at a certain point, like if you're here, it if you look at our original line here, React and Solid or React server components and Solid are at the same size. Like the amount this matters just melts away to a certain degree. When you're over here, when the sites are smaller and especially static, you take any of these. Like if you're a static site, you might not ever get past this line, right? You might never get past there. At which point you're kind of hard pressed. You're like, why am I just not down here somewhere, right? But over here, yeah, I mean, anyway. So, yeah, let's get back around. So it's the server components, but that wasn't the takeaway I wanted you to get from server components. I was answering the question. The takeaway from server components is actually that, let's see if I can find it. They talk about reducing code size, but it's more of that it's a server model. And this is important for our graph here that we've been drawing, because in our last zone here on the framework side, if we go into, what do we call it, 2022 and beyond, I don't know, let's just leave it as a dash. If we get into this zone, we actually, I love how we have React 2 here thing, but I think we actually end up with, if we get into this zone, it's funny, I didn't actually put Marco on the grid, and I probably should. Let's put Marco here, because no one cared about Marco back here, so they're kind of on their own over here. And Marco got influence from some old server technology that you're not going to find anywhere. And over time, Marco did, borrow stuff from React. But then if we get here, we now have Marco 6, Quick, RSCs, React Server Components, or React 3, whatever you want to call it. Let's just call it. It really is React 3, to be fair. And we have Vue 4. Maybe this, I don't know if Vapor is going to become Vue 4, but I'm not talking about actual Vue 4. I'm talking about conceptual if they go this way. And then we have Svelte 4. Right? And it's like, this is controversial, but I'm going to argue that, if not Marco, they're pointing at the same thing Marco was pointing at. Okay? This goes way back over here. Zoom. And React 4, my understanding with Svelte 4 is they're actually going to add fine-grained stores. We'll see what else they do. But this is sort of how I view things, which is interesting. Yeah, and actually, right, Solid 2. It should be in here too. Solid 2 might be here. Solid 2 might look like this, actually. I don't know where these other ones come, but Solid 2's Is it like this is the inbreeding here, right? One of the cool things I'm noticing is Solid is actually, React 3, like if we assume, we haven't talked about the compiler, it's going to take from Svelte too. So we're actually seeing Solid's actually becoming a bit of a new heat point, the same way React was back here. React is still a hot point here, and Svelte's got a bit of attention too, but you can actually see, and I've talked about this before, the reason Solid is getting inspiration here is because the move away from the component model was our innovation, right? And then Quick and Marco realize it for real. View Vapor is going to be kind of similar onto that side. React, funnily, if you noticed, of all the 2022 frameworks that are plus frameworks here, React is the only one not pointing at Solid. And it won't. So this is sort of what I was getting at earlier. It's very obvious to me. React won't borrow from Solid, where Svelte 4 and Vue have already talked about how they intend to borrow from Solid. It's the schism, right? Yeah, I showed this on the other side of things when I did the last stream. So yeah, so this is how I kind of. Yeah, this is sort of how I kind of see things. I actually think in reality, so like if I kept playing this graph forward a little bit, I actually think that like we already see Svelte and React kind of converging here, and we actually see, like, I think Marco and Svelte are actually going to kind of converge a bit, and yeah, we might end up with different flavors of mostly two different approaches. So we're gonna have to see where that goes. But this goes beyond the scope of this. We're talking about React today. This is very hypothetical. But what I'm talking about is we are seeing. I want to increment the numbers because we are seeing a new generation here, which is interesting because 2 wasn't that long ago. Especially in Vue's case, it feels like we're like as soon as we get something new with Vue, like we're on to the next thing. It just changes. Yes, yeah. It's kind of interesting, and it's why I have such a weird view, and I like sometimes might sound dismissive in calling certain things superficial. But yeah. But you can see, I mean, if you really want to take away, you can see all the, like, convergence points. Like, if I haven't written it in here yet, but it's very obvious to me that Angular isn't dead. We're going to see Angular 3. I mean, there's already been an Angular 3, but we're actually going to see Angular 3 for reals. That's what's been going on over there. And they're actually looking at adding a reactive library and how to handle reactivity. So this is, it's funny. If you look at this graph, oh, there was no Angular 3? That's hilarious. If you look at this graph, where do the paradigm shifts happen? Like this is my thing. I think Victor is right. The history. We'll see where things converge in the future, but the hottest points on this graph, at least from not from the usage, but from the framework author's mindshare perspective, the hottest points on this graph are definitely right here. That is a freaking hot point, right? And if I extend it fact, this was a hot point too. To be fair, I don't have enough arrows going back to jQuery and all these guys. This was a hot point. I think this is a hot point too. I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, Yeah. So I mean, but today we're not actually talking about solid. I just wanted to show that we are getting into the next iteration of things, and this is going to be super exciting here. And the one line that I haven't explained yet is the React as felt line. So I got one more video clip for you all today.
Jack is still learning at Practicum to become a data scientist, but already receives
I want to talk about React and memoization. Here, I have yet another to-do list. As JavaScript developers, we just really love to-do lists. So we enjoy the simplicity of the React code here. Until we will open up the dev tools and we realize whenever we add a to-do or toggle a to-do, all the other to-dos are actually getting re-rendered as well. The badge here shows how many times each to-do has been re-rendered. So to fix this, what we usually do is to wrap the to-do component in React.memo. But don't forget, the handle change is recreated on every render, so we better also wrap that in a use callback. Now, when we add a to-do or toggle a to-do, no other to-dos are getting re-rendered. That's fixed. But this is going to be a moving target as the app scales up. So later, we want to build an even better to-do list. First, we want to pass down visibility prop so we can use it to call get filter functions to filter our to-do list. Then, we need a second prop named the theme color so users can pick a color to theme the user interface. If we try this code out, it works, but the app feels pretty laggy and slow when we're picking color. And the reason is that changing theme color will re-render the blazing to-do list and to-do list, which will eventually call a get filter function again and again. If we pay attention to the zoomed in number here, it's been executed about 200 times.
And to pause it there and skip forward, I think that's like this is like the like that's kind of like the point to it. He jumps ahead and he's like, I love this, like, because I mean it's a real pain here, right? People are like, what is this? But the truth of the matter is, he was like, what if you could basically
worry about accidentally breaking the memorization. The community have been thinking about what should be the best practice of using React now.
Sorry, I gotta jump even further ahead. So he's talking about DX versus UX and all this stuff. And basically he's like, you don't have to make the trade if you use a compiler. So he builds by hand here. I'm just gonna skip ahead. You can kind of see it like this. Basically, if you ever, it's a little bit different, but if you've ever seen Svelte, it's actually a lot like this, where he has kind of hoisted all these things into a slot, like these array positions, where every time it re-renders, it knows where to put the thing. And essentially, what's really cool about this is, yeah, it's a lot of code that gets generated, but what it means is you can write the code kind of like this, where there's a use state and a setter call, but he got rid of the need to write memos because essentially React could look at the structure of your code and figure out how to best execute it based on memoization rules. And this ties in, the reason I want to point this out is this ties into something Maple was saying a bit earlier. Because when I was talking about escape hatches and useEffect. If React is now magically doing this, right? If React is now magically, I'm going to actually keep this big on the screen. I'm just going to add myself back on here. Yeah. If React is magically doing this for you, how do you reason about how the component updates? Like, look at this component. Think about it in the sense that only when the filtered list changes do we actually update the map. If you update the theme color, it doesn't update. Okay? I don't know if enough people actually sat and stopped and looked at this example and really sat there. If you think about things in the way React works and it runs top down, can you figure out when filtered reruns again? Can you make sense of it? Like, you're like, okay, well, if I'm running this function, I call get filtered. Like, this isn't a hook. It should run every time. But with this compiler, it doesn't. I was working on Marco 6 and we hit this exact problem. We were sitting there and we're like, does it make sense to think of things as top-down renders again when on any re-render, only parts of the code re-render, right? The truth of the matter is, Svelte is like this. They have a component that runs top-down, essentially, in its update function. They separate update from create, but essentially they rerun the component, except because of heavy memoization, only certain things update. And when we were working on Marco 6, it was like the same thing. Even though we'd broken things down even more granular, almost like solid level, whereas on the reactive graph, it became incredibly difficult to actually think of this as something that runs top down. Well, that's the question, right? If you seal the abstraction, if you get all the way here, maybe it's fine, but you have to think of a new way of describing how things change. You have to think of a new way to tell people what you're doing, because the current model doesn't work. And in the same way, and when you have a useEffect in here, like, what are you making sense of? Obviously, this is still early days, and we don't know what that looks like. But I really want to highlight, under the hood, React is what React is. It's not changing. It's still re-rendering. But what you see might be different from what you get. Right? But as I said, it works with their, I don't know. I guess I'll leave it open if it works with their model. I have to admit, this was the one that I didn't see coming. The rest of the stuff, everything else React had done to this point, I've completely got in line with the model. This is very interesting stuff, and something we're going to have to reflect on into the future when we kind of think about how to describe this. But the thing is, it's already happening. Can I show you all something to see what can I get at what I'm talking about? I've got another bookmark here, and it's a little bit further back, but I want to talk about this one for a second, because I think this says it all. React's working on rewriting the docs. If you're putting that much effort into writing the docs, you're probably not going to want to rewrite the docs again so soon. And you start thinking about, how do you find the best mental model to describe to people what's happening? And I don't know if this is where he ultimately landed on, but I read this and I was like, like the meme almost. What's the first line? Effects are reactive. No one for years used the term reactive to describe React, but React now is starting to use that term to describe what they do. And part of this is talking about event handlers' effects serve a different purpose. That's why there's like use event. This is all fitting into that narrative. Which, on a side note, I think use event is brilliant, and it was like the missing piece that was kind of needed to kind of direct people where to use it. It's like such a subtle thing, but it actually does a lot. But more specifically, look at the way he describes effects. An effect reruns after its values it depends on change. For example, imagine your effect connects to chat room by room ID. You must include the room ID in your effects dependencies. When your component is added to the screen, your effect will run, connecting to the room with initial ID. When it receives a different room ID, your effect will clean up, disconnecting from the previous room, and run again. When your component removed, the effect will clean up one last time. In other words, effects are reactive. They react to values from the like props and state. This might remind you how React always keeps UI synchronized. By writing effects, you teach React how to synchronize other systems. But you're mentioning how you hope they don't use this word too much, might change the definition. But what they're describing is reactivity. I could have used these in solids docs. He's not talking about components re-rendering. He's talking about effects having dependencies, and that's when they rerun. That's not actually what's happening under the hood, but have they built a successful enough abstraction to do here? It seems like that's what people want out of hooks, right? That's what we talked about. So is React, this is reactivity in the same definition that Svelte's reactive. I often say that like Svelte and React are very similar. So it's always funny when you go to like the Svelte homepage and they're like the truly reactive framework or something, and you're just like, sure. But like, if Svelte's truly reactive, then React's truly reactive. And I think it is all reactivity. It's not worth getting like bike shedding over like different types of reactivity. Like I wrote a whole article about where I was just like, React's reactive, get over it, right? But I think this is important though, because this is a change in explanation. It's a change in mental model and how they teach it. Right? Blazingly reactive. Yeah. That did cross my mind when working on Solid marketing stuff. But do you see the narrative? Maybe I'm trying to put too many pieces together. But between what Dan said earlier, between our whole graph here of what's going on here, RSCs are kind of like their own thing. And that's like, as I said, they're dealing with a scaling thing, and it's very similar to why we use Marco at eBay and Wiz, which led to Quick. Like they're attacking both relevant problems, right? They're attacking the thing that Quick and Marco set out to do, and they're attacking ultimately this mental model gap that say Solid or Svelte have recently done a really good job of like poking a hole at. But the truth of the matter is React is still going to be React under the hood. So when we look at each other and we can kind of go, oh, see some influence, and like kind of think about it, as I said, that's why there's an arrow from React to Svelte. There's no arrow from React to Solid. If you look at the history of React, they have never pointed an arrow out. Like this to Svelte is the closest they've come, and that's where this whole reactive talk thing is talking from. But they've never been connected to knockout, like in this chain anywhere. They have fundamentally, it goes back all the way back to here. You could say that React like basically improved upon Backbone and Angular. Like they actually solved their models. Knockout has never been incorporated into React's model. It was the opposite side of the paradigm that they had never had any interest in. And in that sense, Solid is the purest version of what Knockout represents today. And that's why we're all borrowing from each other. We're all learning from each other. But funnily enough, out of all the frameworks, React and Solid are probably the least likely. Like now that I've borrowed from them from the API standpoint to get the JSX or whatever, the composition, we're probably the least likely to actually borrow from each other. So, yeah, that's a bit of a rant, obviously, on that. But you can start kind of seeing that there are numbers here, like React 3. Like we are heading into a new zone. And what's really interesting to me is how many of these architectures leave their old ecosystem behind because they change what the question is. Because they change the mechanics too much. Like, are we talking really a bunch of new frameworks all over again, just reinvented? Right? React server components being a server model, kind of like stuff like React Query has less of a home in a certain sense. Like it still works on certain places, but if you think about it, in the same way Remix has kind of been like saying, oh, you don't need this kind of library, server components actually cover the whole gap. Remix gives you a hint of it. Server components actually succeed at that whole problem. This is fun. Well, yeah, jQuery too, right? At a certain point, I didn't like if I scale the graph further back and get into what happened around here, around jQuery came out, we hit a point of complexity that was almost unreconcilable with the old server technology, and people needed a reset. I feel like we might need a reset. I want to, yeah, well, React never changed that. I want to challenge this a little bit. It's funny because I started lining this up. React never broke the past, and they did a really good migration story and that, but they have changed the way you write a React app 3 times now. Like we're only talking, we're only going React to React 2 here because they've done a really good job in the migration, but hooks is like a different framework. The move from React pre-hooks to React hooks and Vue to Vue 2 or Vue 2 to Vue 3 should have been no larger of an uplift. In actual theory, the move to Vue 3 should have been easier because the reactive primitives, the mechanics of them already work the same way. You wrote them differently. I don't know why this was so painful, and maybe there's an execution question there, but the move from React classes to React hooks was bigger than the move from Vue 2 to Vue 3 from a mechanical standpoint. And if you remember, before hooks, there was actually class object components back in 2015 time period, or 14. You might not remember this, but there was mix-ins, really common pattern. When we moved to class components, we had to ditch the mix-ins. So like the real reason is React, in addition to having like the officially supported patterns, also had lots of like hawks and render props and all these other patterns that emerged and people exploring them. And with such a large ecosystem and most of them not actually being core supported, it felt like a trend, like fashion. And like, it was just all just different flavors of the same thing. If that's the challenge, when you go through that interaction, that's when you lose it. Angular to Angular 2 was such a painful, was the same thing. That's where Angular originally lost a lot of like, they had the lead, they were the framework, and they lost that edge when they went from Angular 2 to Angular 3, or sorry, Angular to Angular 2. And like, sometimes that's what it takes. It takes not the incumbent actually being amazing, but that when the time came to change, the migration was hard and people wanted to, just for the sake of it, try something else. Because if you're changing to a new framework, you're changing to a new framework. There's a bit of that churn that's inevitable when you get to this point in your life cycle. I honestly, this Vue 2 to Vue 3 thing confuses me a lot. I'm not part of the Vue community. I personally, when I saw Vue 3, I was like, come on, finally. Yeah, like, fist pump, like, on the money. Like, I've been waiting for you guys to do this for 5 years. Like, this is the future. But I think I think there's lag in community and people weren't as unified on it, and I feel like there's a lot of other elements there. And if you talk to like Misko about Angular to Angular 2, he still talks about how, like, while it was painful, they did it from their perspective. They did an amazing job of doing the migration. They had scripts, they had all this automated tools to do it. And like, inside Google, they did that lift. If you want to talk about something being difficult, try and doing it in a huge corporation. Like, they from their perspective, they did an amazing job at the migration. But it's different when you're not committed, like when you're in these other companies and stuff. Yeah, as I said, the funny thing is, I don't know if this is going to happen again. I mean, to be fair with Vue, if they move to Vapor and that leaves some of the ecosystem behind, because Vapor is incompatible the same way Solid's like incompatible with React, you might see a bit of that thing. But in my opinion, when you move to primitives, you move to longevity. That's part of React's secret. That's why people were telling us here that, oh yeah, React like never broke anything, and which is fair. They didn't really, but React is like never changed. React completely changed. They just like, I don't know. The move, the hooks was genius, and I think the focus on primitives is how you can continue to move forward. I have a lot of ideas on that in terms of migration strategies for Solid in the future, but primitives are your way out, because you can always, because if your whole system is based on abstractions of primitives, and say one of those primitives changes or gets pulled out of the core, as long as you can rewrite that primitive in the new language and swap it back in, you'll be good enough until you can change to the new pattern. Like, it's layers by definition, which means it's completely swappable. Okay, maybe that was it. TypeScript. Angular was just way ahead of its time. No, like I can't say yes to that question. Even if Solid handles all the exact same features, the mechanically there's enough differences that it would be impossible for me to chart the future, so to speak. Yeah, I mean, there's so many brilliant parts of React's API and how they worked things in. It's actually unfortunate on the context side, because there's like making the component that's a context like provider have its own state causes the whole like tree to re-render. You know, like generally causes a big, so you don't use it for frequent updates. If that just worked in a more fine-grained way, like like that's when you build a Redux or something, or Jotai or whatever, they use context. Well, Jotai doesn't necessarily, but like the frameworks that use context to inject that state, they don't re-render the DOM tree. They just use a different change management system, which now is getting a bit more heat. I've been following the MobX like React 18 concurrent conversations, and they just keep on going on and on. But generally speaking, the trick to context is not to use React's own reactivity, and I think that's where it's one of those gaps on the composition story, right? I mean, it's not a big gap when you compare, like, say something like Svelte, where you actually literally go to Svelte stores, like you literally pull a switch. Composition, for some reason, for a short period of time, became less of the priority, and I think that's unfortunate. Composition is really the most important feature. Anyway, I don't know. This is kind of the conversation I wanted to have today around React and that I wanted to kind of illustrate React's journey. I wanted to show how their place filled into the ecosystem, and how they're continuing to not just evolve but lead innovation and push boundaries. And I really wanted to show that, like, throughout they've been consistent in their model, and they've been consistent about what they believed in. So it's so hard, I understand, from coming in and being like, oh yeah, you know, see this, grab this, see this, grab this. The one thing, especially from this graph, you see really clear that React has been very consistent about is they actually don't like Solid's model. Ever since 2010 or 2009. So I think from that perspective, we shouldn't be comparing these things in that way. Like, they're just like alternate models, alternate ways of thinking, and they don't actually overlap, which is crazy when things can look so similar. So, yeah, I mean, what strikes me is, at any point when you're that popular, they could have rested on their laurels, but they kept on innovating. They saw where things are heading, and it's hard to move the big ship. We just talked about Vue 2 to Vue 3, right? React was already taking the steps back in 2015 to ensure their success in 2022. I'm pretty sure they didn't expect it to be 2022. I'm pretty sure in their mind they're like, yeah, 2018. You know, I'm pretty sure that this was like maybe like initially a 3-year or 4-year plan, and then somehow now, like, the story's not even done yet. We're like 7 years into a 10-year plan, right? What started as maybe a 3-year plan. So, you know, things are still moving forward, and I hope that people kind of recognize React for what it is and not just make these comparisons. I feel like React's impact, you know, in the job market, hiring, its impact on other frameworks has made it so not just well respected, but so fundamental to the language and the way we speak about and understand user interfaces that it deserves our respect. And I don't mean that just in like a legacy way because they continue to innovate, but in the sense of like they've got a model and they're working towards it the best way possible. And that's really, really exciting. I feel a little crazy as I'm... Yeah, I mean, different amounts of how much framework you want. I think we're seeing more meta frameworks now because of the complexity, but there's always this bundling, unbundling thing. So that, you know, that's a big thing. All right, everyone. I think it's time to switch to This Week in JavaScript. If not anything else, I've got so many open windows. But this was an epic conversation. And I hope everyone got some value out of my perspective on these things. So just give me 2 seconds as I set up for that. It's funny because I think most of This Week in JavaScript for me was related to this, which is why it was the perfect topic. All right, and then duplicate. No notifications. I just got so many freaking notifications. I was looking for my bookmarks. That's where we left off. It's funny because I already talked a bit about this, but because this kind of caps off the React thing, you know, people are asking what you thought about self-installing. So if we preferred some other model, we'd be moving React to that model. I think we're really big on state immutability and purity because it unlocks things you can't do otherwise, like render multiple virtual trees ahead of time and interpolate. I'm actually going to talk about this conversation and the other conversations on. Yeah, we'll save this for This Week in JavaScript. Well, thank you. I think this is definitely one of my biggest live streams. This is my highest live stream. I hope people follow and stuff. Like, I think there's a lot of good content. Maybe I streamed too long, hidden behind the layers, but it's the kind of stuff that's not into everyone. So, someone made a joke the other day about explaining push-pull, and I will do that at some point, probably not on this stream, and how like it'd be a really interesting conversation for 20 people, and no one else would care. And I'm like, man, you're describing my stream. Like, that's what we do here. We dig into those details. Right, yeah. I mean, React does so many incredible things. The truth of the matter is, these kind of characteristics aren't limited to React. Other frameworks can do the same thing. React's component model, what they taught us is why we're here, though. They showed us that if you can create that right abstraction, you have the ability to do anything. To be fair, I feel that way about reactivity. So in that sense, I could argue that reactivity taught me that rather than React. But I'm still going to hold that React also taught us that. Yeah, am I gonna like do a photo shoot where I mess with my hair and like and have a bunch of thumbnails? This week in JavaScript, I generally been cutting. I'll be releasing, but like topic like this, I don't have an editor. I don't know how to do this. It's just tons. What features React does have and Solid doesn't? Thanks for stream. That's a good question. Before I get into this, what features does React have? Currently, I mean, the only one I can think of is they have element clone node, like where you can clone a virtual node. Solid can never really have that. There's other ways to model it, but if you iterate over in React, you can get VDOM children back and then iterate over them and then clone them and then modify the VDOM before it applies. And to me, it's like a huge abstraction leak. And even Seb has in the past been like, I like wish we could get rid of this, but Solid can't do that. So if you want to do those kind of patterns, you have to have components return objects and then kind of do the same thing. But it's ultimately somewhere you're gonna have to read those objects and do the rendering. So that rendering will happen in the parent rather than the child, or you have to use render props and inverse the control. But generally speaking, yeah, that's the only thing I think of. No, we have concurrency and time slicing. It's an opt-in, but yeah, we have pretty much all of the existing React features in that sense. The time slicing is experimental, but I have a whole stream about it because some people were saying like you can't do that without a virtual DOM. Yeah, you can completely do it without a virtual DOM. Check out my stream last December. We've had that capability for almost a year now. So yeah, let's see. Is there any other questions before I can gonna get the banner set up here? It's a library. Solid server. Solid. Yeah, I mean, I'm Astro is amazing. Yes, yeah, there we go. We don't have a huge ecosystem. Sorry, I was like thinking on technical stuff. You got me like all my technical brain going like, okay, what feature? And I think React's gonna have a few features like they're working on something called off screen, which Vue has, but I haven't implemented Solid. So like they might get a couple features that I'm not working on or focusing on right now, first and all that. But like generally speaking, we do a lot of the same stuff. Well, yeah, although you kind of have to opt into transitions and suspense and stuff. So in a sense, it is a feature. Like I guess React does a lot of that stuff automatically in the background. But like, I mean, we saw it when he did the concurrent demo. Being able to do that so easily, like the navigation between tabs and holding the state using suspense without dropping the fallback and stuff, and with parallel trees, that's really cool. Kind of, I'd still call it a feature. I think it's kind of cool. Yeah, we've been lucky that doing the conversion has been so easy, but mostly because the JSX is a battle. But to be fair, there are differences, and people do get snagged on them. It is a very different paradigm. So, this isn't about like React has a very continued bright future. I really wanted to express on the stream how awesome React is. I'm glad that people are interested in Solid as well, and I'm glad that I can show that a different model can also work. But like, I mean, use what makes sense for you and what makes you happy. And a lot of times that is company risk consideration and a whole bunch of other factors that go beyond the technology. And React has all the boxes checked. It's an amazing framework. Although yes, I say that, but at the same time, I'm like, people give us a chance. I would love it. It's hard to get adoption in this field. Even a few projects just starting to show the power of Solid is going to make a huge difference for me personally. I just wouldn't want that conversation ever to turn into a us versus them kind of thing. Yes. And I've got some talks coming up this fall that I'm going to talk about this where when it's actually going to come up, I think, on this week in JavaScript where I actually talk about being a compiler target, because like some people are like, oh, why do you care about that? How you can hoist the state out of components, that demo and control and all this stuff. Devs are lazy, but the truth of the matter is you can always build some DX abstraction on top of something. What's important is the fundamentals and the mechanics, and that's what I care about. I want to make sure we have the right primitives and we understand the right like core pieces. People have already gone and built Svelte like compilers on top of Solid. If that's your thing, go for it. But a lot of times those projects hit dead ends because the amount of investment, if you want to go do that, you have to do so much work to actually get there. Like writing the compiler might be the easy part, but then you have like like I already talked about this TypeScript, syntax highlighting, a whole bunch of things. And in fact, I got to completely confirm with it, but my old coworker Dylan Piercy is going to come on stream next week, talk about Marco and Marco's TypeScript support, and actually go into detail to explain what it takes to build a language from scratch, like to do the Svelte thing or the Vue thing. It is a hard amount of work, and he's gone through the whole experience himself of designing a language for UIs, and I think he really helped us appreciate how challenging it is, and also remind me of how glad I am that I didn't take on that effort with Solid and got to focus on the things I wanted to focus on. But to be fair, it's incredible work, and I think the output of what Marco's doing here is just amazing. So like, it'll be worth it in the end, but it is a huge investment. Which framework provides the most salaries? I mean, that's obviously React. Will be fun. Yeah, good. I'm hoping I'm taking that as a confirmation. Yeah, no, Dylan is awesome, and I think this is a really, personally as a framework author, I think this is a really interesting topic to kind of understand what the real cost is. Like the end result with Marco always amazes me. I do some piece in the experience, I'm just like, oh wow, that makes so much sense. But it's like it's a lot of hard work to get to that place, and I want to really kind of celebrate and look at what it takes to build something like that. Oh yeah, we talked about a lot of this stuff. I'm super happy about that. Seeing more and more options appearing. All right, how are we doing? I think it's something we could build. I mean, technically no. I would say Astro isn't always the best solution for certain type of problems. You can do it. I don't know if I forgot to share this last week or something. The Flutter online editor for online editing Flutter is an Astro app, and the editor on it is written all in Solid. So an Astro page with with a client side Solid single app that is made for editing Flutter. I just think about that. Yeah. I mean, comparing these projects is pretty challenging. There's similarities, and they do a lot of similar things, but I think one of the big differences is the focus. Astro is much on the content side. They have an incredible ability with partial hydration, and they can deliver these sites, and especially on the less dynamic side. Of course, you can do the stuff like the Flutter thing I just talked about. They're built to handle the scenarios. They're like the majority of websites, the things where people use WordPress today or whatever, like Astro handles that whole spectrum amazingly. You add some Solid or whatever in there, and you can do almost anything. Quick, is also very good in that range, but it's almost like you're underserving it at that point. Like, yeah, you could build your e-commerce site in Quick, and that's kind of like where I feel like their starting line is. But where Quick gets interesting is it can scale almost all the way up to a single page app. Like, and does that seamlessly. That's a very rare quality. I don't know how important that quality is everywhere, and that's where the debate is. But Quick does something very unique in that sense that if you have a site that JavaScript loading is very important, and complexity and amount of JavaScript on it is immense, interactive JavaScript, not static stuff, and people only interact with parts of it. So as I said, I feel like this is beyond typical e-commerce. Quick, there's nothing like Quick. or Preact compat. The problem is once you go down that path and you want to use Quick, it's kind of the same problem you have with Astro. You're kind of like, well, am I going to use React at that point? Like, because then now you have React. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a possibility. One thing that Solid has that Quick doesn't have is the super performant granular updates. They've been I helped them benchmark on the JS Framework benchmark, and I think they're going to publish some stuff soon. They made a PR where they drastically improved their performance after you kind of looking at it, because Quick's initial performance was not very good for client-side updates, where it's like literally Solid is just, as you guys are aware, like just almost unmatched. So like applying the benefits of Solid and Quick together could be really, really quite powerful to take the granularity. In a sense, that's what Marco 6 is. It's like if that package is already together and automated with a compiler like Svelte and everything was easy. So, but everyone, like, there's different lies of where preferences. Anyways, I've been just chatting here. It's been great hearing people talk in the chat. Should we cut to this week in JavaScript? Or are people just still talking? I'm also looking forward to, sorry here if I didn't mention it, we'll see how we can do stuff with Bun. I think it's going to be a little bit, especially with any kind of custom compilation and stuff. Bun's getting more compatibility, and the features that Jared talks about, especially when he sends me like private messages where he's like, oh, I was thinking about this thing, and I'm just like, oh man, this is amazing. A certain part of me is kind of being back to him like, but I think probably we should focus on stability first, kind of scenario. So I'm very much looking forward to see where Bun goes. Bun just released a plugin API. Oh, that's exciting. This is what I'm talking about. Jared is nuts in all the good ways. Oh man, that's another conversation. I didn't get into it. But here's the thing. We can cancel Bun if we want to and take it whatever context we want to take it on. But if he delivers the fastest framework and he has no HR issues, like where people aren't happy doing what they do, no one's going to say a thing. It's just drama. To be fair, it's a pretty strong message and not everyone agrees with it. But I could see a place where there are people where that's what they're in for, and maybe that's how he accomplishes his goals. So, yeah. I'm not working on it. People have been playing with it though. I think there was a project that tried to like build on top of React Native. This stuff is possible. Reactivity is incredibly dynamic. It's just, it's not an area, like I mentioned I use React Native, but it's not an area, like Native is not an area that I'm specialized in. I'm hoping the community picks it up where it makes sense. We have custom renders. We have a lot of capability, maybe something, but it's also like, I'm still very much focused on the core of things. I think with the project our size, with our resources, that's the smart thing to do. Yeah. I think there's more people out there like yourself. That's a hard question. I mean, the thing is this. I don't think the technology is going to, like the core technology, Marco Quick, going to make the difference here. In my mind, if I was like armchair racing, I would say e-commerce still undervalues Quick's benefit. Like Marco gets all the benefits of Quick, and where it gets those benefits, Marco 6 is actually kind of like better, where Quick is better when you scale even beyond that. So from my zone, but like that's not going to be the switch. Like either will be good, right? But what's interesting to me is that because builders like the company behind them is CMS focused, content site building, like they built Party Town, they built all these tools around stuff to help people do e-commerce. Quick's always going to have a really good e-commerce offering. Same way that what Marco's built at eBay. It's always going to be really good at that. Even if, in my opinion, the technology architecturally wise is actually suited for greater things, and Marco might actually be technically better in that specific case. I'm not like, both of them are going to be fine, and because of builders focus, Quick will definitely be good enough, more than good enough. Would be amazing. Is Solid going to be proving the same functions? I mean, we already built that demo, and we actually added server client stuff. Like, we'll see. I don't want to go. We're still exploring what the best pattern is, so I don't want to just like go like, this is the solution. We could basically spend a few weeks, solidify some stuff, and be like, bang, we can do what Fresh does. Like, I'm not, but I don't know. I feel like that's not our end game. We want something more like server components. We want something more powerful. So while we can make those demos and we start showing how we could do we could use islands with client routing with partial swaps, the really cool demo if you didn't see the Solid Start stream, I don't think that's the end of it. I think we can do better. And until then, these are just experiments. Yeah, exactly. In a sense, those are good for e-commerce too. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Marco Fresh and Astro are basically the same as like Marco 2 or Marco 3 to 5 essentially. Like the current Marco that's been around for the last like 5 or 6 years. Marco was doing basically what Astro and Fresh do, and that has been plenty fine for eBay. So they are good for e-commerce as well. What I was getting at is obviously Quick is good for e-commerce, but I think Quick's real advantage is when you get like even larger scale types of apps. Is it going to be officially supported? I'm not sure in that form. I feel like, as I said, we can do more. Okay, before we lose everyone, no, actually we still got good viewership. This stream's been pretty good. Let's cut over to my hot takes section of the stream, right? That's what we want. We want more hot takes. All right. All right. Cool. So let's do it. All right. Now it's time for This Week in JavaScript. This Week in JavaScript, it's kind of a mixed bag. We already focused a lot on the stream on React, but there's a reason for that, because a lot of the conversation for me has been kind of like fringing on the outside of that with React. But before we kind of really get into that, I just got to point out, I've been so stoked on seeing the positive benefit that we've been seeing from like co-tweets and like this kind of like framework love going around. This one's a banger from 11T and Marco. Maybe you don't need that spa. And another great one, Quick and Astro. The web is better when we work together. I talked about last week how I hope the love fest continues, and it looks like it has been. And honestly, I think that it's just amazing, like have this feature basically enable that. And it's so funny because for a lot of people like involved, this has kind of been, a lot of these tweets have been kind of jokes and playfulness, fun, but it's been having a real positive effect on people and just goodwill. It's like something that I was describing to Fred from Astro, that like something people feel like we needed, right? Like there's just been so much other negativity, and it's just like, wouldn't it be just great if we can show friendship every once in a while? And I kind of actually hoping that this React stream would show how much I love React to people, so they could kind of get that vibe. But so I was very much inspired by this. The Twitter and Twitter memes have been just a crazy story, honestly. And I mean, it's so funny. Anyone who's been working, who's been around our channels, know this. So essentially, you've all seen these one-word tweets, or where certain project shows or stuff. I believe this actually started from the Astro tweet, and for those who don't know, Theo actually, I think, put his whole story out on some kind of Instagram feed. But we're going to highlight Theo here because sometimes it takes just... Okay, fine. Story time on how I actually started the one-word tweet. Yeah. Quick context me. Software dev, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we're sitting here in a private chat, and Theo's like really wanted to write a tweet to say like that HTML was awesome. Like it's, and Fred was like, "Oh yeah, sure, you can have access to the Twitter account." And it was pretty funny because he basically went back again and did it on HTML. And once he started that, he went on Ping and did content. And I believe like very quickly, I think Solid was actually number 3. Like after that, we were on August 13th, and then Quick jumped in, and all the rest of the crew around the MPA frameworks, Marco, which we did on last stream, and next thing you know, it moved from the frameworks to like Firebase, things out, because Vue, Vite, almost everyone kind of jumped in on these one symbol things, and at some point on September 1st. Some large company decided that they were going to do it too. And honestly, I think this is because there's developers working at these companies that somehow got into the mainstream. I don't know how this happened exactly. It's interesting I've seen. Yeah, and the funniest thing is, apparently Theo's original influence was actually a tweet from a year ago from Bart about trains, which is a San Francisco like transit thing. But it's actually kind of crazy because I don't know if people, I guess most people have been paying attention to the story, but President Biden tweeted democracy yesterday, which is just mind-blowing that this started from, we've been covering some of these tweets on the stream a bit, but something that like basically the first set of tweets were either Theo ghostwriting for framework accounts, or basically talking directly with other framework writers in a private Discord that I may have access to, and basically we're all like in on it. To basically the president, it's pretty crazy. Obviously, every step of the way got us there, and there was like, obviously, like the September 1st thing blowing up had more to do with the corporate side, and like, but yeah, I mean, it's just crazy. Like Amtrak, Bloomberg, Washington Post, Axios, and as far as we can trace the line, it goes all back to that Astro tweet. Most companies have devs, right? Like, I think this is this show. I don't know. Is there a message in there about the power of the developer network? I'm not sure. Theo's probably going to cover this more at some point if he hasn't already. Maybe I missed that segment, but this is just it feels really cool to be part of that. Even as I said, kind of such an incidental thing, but it's part of. To me, it's an extension of that same goodwill thing we were doing. Everyone just kind of joined on, and it was a fun thing, and I think sometimes we need fun. So thank you, Theo. And as I said, it took him convincing a number of us originally to get in on it, and then that's all that takes to kind of roll the snowball until it's an avalanche. Yeah. Planet Scale did database. The dev side like blew up so quickly. I don't have links to those. We looked at them previous tweets, but if you look like the 12th, the 13th, the 14th, there was a ton of them. Yeah, that's right. Actually, I remember seeing your post. Although I don't think I can copy it from here. Oh, really? Planet scale was before Astro? I might have missed that. But yeah, no, it's been a crazy ride. There's a Ukraine one. Wow, yeah, I've seen so many memes of this as well. It's just kind of cool to have a story that actually started from the JavaScript community, essentially. So anyway, yeah, let's continue on here. So yeah, that was tweets and memes. I think the other thing that was fun was the I sometimes wonder if the perspective around frameworks has changed in the last few years. For the longest time, the new JavaScript frameworks were kind of seen as like an act of violence almost. And it's funny because I saw this attitude when I was working at eBay, where they're like, people are just like, oh, this is how people get promoted, blah, blah, blah. Like, the funniest thing is that I don't actually think any JS framework actually came up this way. I mean, someone in the chat mentioned lit, because the reason on the point was Angular was built completely outside of Google. Like, technically Michko was working for Google at the time, but like Angular, like Google didn't even want Angular initially. They actually, like, it took time. It wasn't actually until Angular 2 that Google's like, this is de facto. But it was not like, it wasn't like what people think. And as I said, I'm pretty sure Jordan wasn't trying to get promoted. You know, like, there's just, I don't actually, like, if you look at recent history too, when you talk about Rich Harris and Evan Yu and whatnot, like, this just wasn't the thing. But anyways, I don't know. It's just funny because this is like one of those sentiments that kind of passes around, but it's also like probably completely not true. So that one was worth me pointing out, but let's keep on going. If you think I'm glad Astro is trying to cash in on their kind of attention due to the one word meme. I hope people do check out the framework. It's amazing. Where did I want to get to? Yeah, sorry. Here. I was talking earlier on stream about how React and we were talking about useEffect and how React and reactivity have parallels. I thought this tweet from Seb was actually really interesting. And that, like, he basically was trying to say, like, look, my top performance tip is avoid multi-pass rendering. I don't set state from an effect. It can be useful to adjust based on the computer layout, but if it can be avoided, it's always better. And he goes in and he explains it. That's why start by removing multi-pass. He explains all data fetching, client render after SR often use these techniques, but with suspense you can avoid it for both. He basically goes to explain this pattern. And the thing that stood out to me in my mind is because I've been trying to tell people in Solid, if you saw my 1.5 release, to not do the same thing. I'm like, use memos. And the truth of the matter is, this was so well codified in MobX. If you've never seen it, I hope you have. It's state library from React that's reactive, kind of like Solid is. And Michelle Westrate basically coined in it, what can be derived should be derived. And this is the secret that will save you lots and lots of pain no matter what UI framework you are using, because UI frameworks are all about synchronizing state. That's it's all about, it's not about like necessarily things changing through time. It's about at any given point you have the state, the UI is updated and responsive. And it's just super important because you want to be interactive. You need to show people consistent state, and you got to make sure that interaction feeds back in a consistent way. It's the whole backbone of how we trust our user interfaces. So that's why we use the type of reactive patterns we use in the frameworks we do, because it's about synchronization. It's not about transformation. And from that perspective, the best way to do smart synchronization is through derivation. Because, I mean, this is oversimplifies things again, but it's kind of like the two-way binding kind of thing. But like, if you got two nodes, right? And you update one, and see if I can draw this, causing something to happen, and then I actually need a third node to draw this example. And then, yeah, sorry, I've got my arrows backwards. Give me a second. Let me get this. Sometimes the Scala draw is a little bit fun. Let's delete that. If you have state, so this is state, and this is something that listens to it, like a useEffect. Let's pretend it depends on that state, and then this useEffect writes to this state, and that ultimately this depends on that state. Okay, I should use different color arrows here. So let's say that orange is depends on, and blue is writes. So you write to some state. You write to some state. This depends on it and updates, which writes to some state, and this depends on it and updates. You get this mess. This is basically what it looks like to when you use effects to synchronize. Okay. Whereas if you use derivations to synchronize, and actually let's label our state so we know what it is. We have state A and B, and then these maybe these should be different shapes. This is why you think ahead before you draw diagrams. Right? There we go. Effects are boxes. Right? If you, in turn, I guess I can just grab this as a starting. If you change this to a derivation, derived state instead, suddenly this delete. This depends. Maybe I'll just copy this arrow. B depends on A, right? And this here. Like, you don't need the intermediate effect to synchronize, first of all. And you don't cause the problem with this is every time you go over this boundary, and I know I didn't draw this as a really good straight line, but every time you do a write, like it's something like React, you actually each time you do one of these, this could be this is like a render, essentially. Like, it not only makes your code simpler and to use, it knows that B is of A and is thing. Like, it connects the dots for you in a way that, like, you can be optimal, right? So, anyways, this is what I mean when I talk about using effects to synchronize versus using derivations to synchronize. It's just it's a way cleaner model. Yeah, reactivity is that was kind of the point with my tweet. Like, that's what people do in reactive libraries. Like, we even have a phrase for this, right? We like what can be derived should be derived. Like, it's one of our mottos. So yeah, it was interesting to like kind of see that similarity in React. And while it might not be obvious to people, the reason this is important is because this line here, there's a line here, and this line is like where stuff is like can be considered pure, and this can be effectful. And almost, a lot of the React concurrent features and like transitions, they depend on the fact that this part of the graph here, and let's go to green, can be like thrown away. Like, keep the knowledge that the state changed, but we can recalculate B and stuff with different inputs as many times as we want. And then when we get to where we want to be, we then run it. So we can possibly, what's the term? Hold the line here, so to speak. Like, if we need to, we can choose how to schedule stuff to our benefit. You try and apply that to here, and it's a mess. It's like a cascading waterfall type thing. It's like, where do you draw the line through here? It's like, you know what I mean? So, yeah, this is something very obvious from reactivity land, but this is part of what I'm talking about, codifying those lessons. I actually think even if they will never implement stuff like Solid, they should actually look at reactivity as an inspiration for the docs. We already saw Dan describe React as reactive, right? And his description sounds a lot like how I describe Solid. He doesn't talk about component re-renders. I feel like there's more opportunities here where React's heading to kind of embrace this mental model. Assuming that the escape hatches still line up properly. So, yeah, this was an interesting observation. I think it's one worth pulling out. Another one here was kind of, again, talking a bit about this. I already talked about this a bit on stream, but we didn't talk very much about React 18 in the React segment. We looked a lot at the future technologies, but the truth of the matter is it's because kind of React 18 came and went, and it was kind of unclear what the impact was, like who this release was for. And 2 years ago, I wrote that tweet about how I felt like the kind of backlash and people were almost like proud of not being React. 2 years later, I don't know if the sentiment has changed all that much, but I get the sense that like you can sense the difference where people used to really want to argue about this stuff. It's kind of like there's this quiet acceptance. And when I look at the React hooks announcement, October 26, 2018, and I compare it to the React 18 release, which is when they finally delivered on all the things that they promised, the suspense, all those pieces. The juxtaposition, it couldn't be more different how that felt. And in a sense, it's probably healthier. People were kind of going crazy around the hooks time. Like, it was like everything needed to be converted to hooks in the next week. People are now kind of like a little bit more leveled. But there's a lot of innovation happening right now. We saw it in the Excalidraw that we've been drawing on the stream, which is a big mess right now for those who probably follow. But there's a lot of really cool stuff happening in this outside range. And while I get the sense that a lot of people are kind of looking out for that next thing, they're seeing all this innovation, seeing what Quick's doing, they're seeing what Solid's doing, Marco, and then they're like, Astro, they're like, I want to be a part of this. There's a certain reality where they're like, well, I'm going to be using React in my day job anyways. So I hope some good stuff comes down from React. And React 18 wasn't a bang. It was kind of just like it's there. And I feel like it's definitely kind of shifted the mood a bit, right? there's a lot of stuff going on right now to be excited about, but at the same time, there's almost an acknowledgement that you can't get too excited about it. And we can see the frameworks evolving in front of our eyes, almost building to brand new frameworks, as I was talking about, special new compilations, things like server components, things that are so fundamentally different, like, you know, even like quick on that, where you can't really use an existing framework to get there. So we're rebuilding them. So in a sense, whether you're React or, you know, with server components, Vue with Vue Vapor, Quick, whatever, like it feels like everything's new again. And at the same time, maybe it's hard to get excited about it. I love this tweet from Madison. It was like, everything okay, baby, barely tested the newest JavaScript framework. It's such a change. Even 2 years ago, people would be angry at you when you said that you create a new framework. I experienced this. I created Solid back in 2016, and I guess open source in 2018. In 2020, people are still telling me that I was like a bane on the existence for creating a new JavaScript framework. These days, no one cares. They're like, oh yeah, I mean, yeah, of course there's a new JavaScript framework. So in a sense, you're like, oh, that's a good thing, but it's not. People were passionate enough to get angry about it before. I feel like it's like the opposite. Like everyone's just like waiting. But for what? I don't know. I'm not completely sure. A lot of people are working on really cool stuff, but the way that I get this feeling when I talk to people, everyone's kind of like in a holding pattern. They're like, React's pretty good at what it does. I don't have to do anything. So whether it's new stuff from new frameworks, new stuff from React, Vue, or whatever, everyone's just like I'm not sensing the same excitement. 4 years ago was a very different world. Right. But so yeah, now the new thing is HTML framework, sure. But if you're going to be realistic here, they are very good for a certain range of problems. There's limits. Like, it doesn't completely solve the problem. There's still work to be done to bridge the gap. So while there's excitement there, and I'm like, I shouldn't be saying like people are very excited about Astro, and they should be. It's not quite. It's very different than the kind of excitement that happened when React hooks were released. People are tired of the quirks with React, perhaps, but they also can't leave React. They're like, so I keep on talking to people, and it's like some kind of like, everything's kind of cloudy, and then they're looking and they're waiting for the clouds to part and some like light to come through, like as if like someone has granted them some divine blessing or something. Like that's the atmosphere that I feel like we're kind of sitting in right now, where like people are looking and they're like, I can see that, that's all really cool, but I don't know if it's gonna be as impactful as React, so I'm not really gonna. There's, you know, my hands are tied, and then I'm sure React will do something good eventually, and that's all. That's all that I'm kind of getting at here. It was interesting. I haven't looked at all the responses. People have been responding to this. Not sure how many Reddit threads you read recently, but there's still a lot of frustration going on with hooks. And yes, there's a ton of stuff on useEffects and hooks, and I can respect this, but my point wasn't on hooks specifically. We talked about that earlier in the stream. Obviously, people are still upset with hooks. It's just, it feels like we're at this kind of turning point where people were, starting to turn away from the vision. You know, this is beyond hooks, just like concurrency and the whole model. And 2 years later, has it been delivered? I'm not sure. I was saying, I wonder if there's a sense of powerlessness or almost apathy. Like, we just don't care anymore. Like, I don't know. Maybe this is what maturity looks like. When you're young and you're excited about everything, and then you get old and you're just like, yeah, that's life. Are we in a place where there's just been a lot of dashed hopes? Like this one, PWAs, web components was another one. Is the whole platform set out where maybe people like myself talk a lot about exciting new things on technologies, and then if they don't pan out, we just feel like, oh, well, maybe we shouldn't care anymore? I don't know. This is a conversation topic that is kind of why I did the React stream today. I was hoping to kind of leave it on a positive note, at least on the stream part, but I wanted to kind of reflect on this because it's like we have a lot to be excited about. And I hope that some point in the future we can be again. That's if that makes any sense. Maybe this is like my own projection a little bit more than anything, but as I said, it's just a subtle thing, you know. Yeah, I love that we see iteration in real time, right? I think this is the innovation. This is what I was talking about. People are looking for a revolution, but we didn't jump from jQuery to React. There was all of this stuff in the middle. And I feel like if the next thing is actually somewhere over here, in reality, we don't jump from React to whatever is over here. It's that like everything iterates and we slowly get there until it becomes clear, you know, what the thing is. There's been conversations about the gens of web dev and stuff. And I don't want to get into that discussion because you don't really get to label the generations until you're already there. Like once it's actually settled, then you're like, oh, that's where the lines were. Because at the time, everything's just little steps. So, yeah, this is the sort of feeling, and I said it's why we've been kind of having conversations. It's interesting because Dan is one of the most generally he's very positive and he gets a lot into like the thinking and he gets excited about it the same way I get excited about it. But if you want to see a topic that he doesn't get excited about, ask him about other JavaScript frameworks. I that actually still gets me excited, but like you can just tell he's just like you know, because and to be fair, people probably bug this about him all the time. They're like he had that Q&A, right, and someone of course asks, what do you think about Svelte or Solid? And he's like, if we preferred some other model, we just do it, you know, end of question. And he starts talking about some benefits, and you know, people jumping in, like Fabio, who's like, there's always trade-offs. Immutability is probably slower, blah, 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 optimizing. But then he started going, the other thing we care about is pull rendering, where we only compute what's needed for screen, unlike push reactive approaches where code changes after we execute on change and can do anything. We don't think of rendering as a signal, but more as a request. Which I think is a great answer. This is part of the reason why like the mental models are so different. One's kind of pull-push. What's interesting is Solid's actually a push-pull hybrid. So that's why I'm able to emulate so many different patterns that both do. And I look forward to looking at that in the future. Yeah, someone asked him what it would eliminate. Start transition, one example already existed. We can start applying a lower prior state, which may have CPU extensive work or may suspend for data code, but we remain interactive and can skip this update if we want to handle another change urgently. What's actually kind of cool is we actually do this in Solid as well under the experimental flag. So again, this is not necessarily, it's more complicated, but it's not necessarily part of their model. Someone's like, I like the idea that you can put, it's not someone obviously in chat, hey. The idea that you can push to make sure your pure computations are consistent and pull to render at once, applying side effects. That would give you a lot of the same benefits that React achieves with immutability. And in a sense, that's how Solid's suspense works. We hold the effects, essentially. So we don't actually push them, but we actually like hold on to them. And then we do all the pure computations. And then once we're like, okay, everything's settled, we then run through the effects queue and we're actually kind of like pulling it. So this is actually very, I don't know why I didn't like this, very dead on to actually how we approach a lot of the problems that React does. But he got asked this question over and over again in different forms. He started like quote tweeting quotes because like people just kept on asking, because I think there's a lot of that question, right? And similar question, I decided to step in and I was like, okay, well, what about the abstraction in general? Like, are we going too far with compilers and all this stuff? And Dan's answer was like, I don't think we've gone far enough, which is interesting, which means I actually think React and Svelte align more in philosophy than you'd ever realize when you get this. Like he's saying there's danger in it, but generally speaking, they want to create a language. That's what I hear here, and not just a lower level language that gives people the tools. They want to create a higher level language. Yes, I did already show this, but I when on the React part, but I want to do this again here because it's relevant to a different conversation, which is kind of similar. Where Kevin here started. This is kind of, it was these kind of tweets that got me to do the stream this Friday, which is like, after reading this complex React thing, the mental overhead of using React is insane. One step there, I 100% believe we can do better. Maybe Solid is the answer. So this is the kind of comparisons we get now, right? Where people are like, you know, like people are like, well, maybe Solid's, they're looking for a fix. And I already mentioned Solid isn't a fix. And one thing, Kevin here has been pretty, he's definitely more on the Svelte side of things. He kind of started saying like, one of the things he's noticed is like, he's like, well, I believe Solid's a hugely forward from React, but depending on use case, I think Svelte is even bigger leap forward. Svelte in particular appears to have specifically addressed the pain points we're facing when building modern React apps, which is interesting, because we kind of get into here. He's basically talking about how easy it is for him to build in Svelte, and someone was like, well, I don't know. Svelte does a lot of things I don't care about, so that's why I'm not into it, was the response. And I thought it was interesting where this conversation went, if I can find it. But let's see if I can find where this goes. Yeah, here it is. I think, and this is talking about Svelte, they took the approach of how we would like our code to look like to accomplish things and work backwards from there. And you can start to see the similarities to what Dan was talking about having the right abstraction. And I personally think it's the right move in any radical paradigm shift. Again, people looking for revolution, despite the cognitive shift required, piggybacking existing solutions. Right? It's funny because like part of the reason I was talking about this is because I don't view Solid as piggybacking, but I guess I am because I'm just using, I guess I am using things that are there, but it's not because I care about those things, is the best way to put it. So basically, the idea here is Svelte is looking at where things, they see things should be, and they're trying to build backwards from it, is the idea. And where I responded, the only thing I caution is that the presumption of knowing what the final result should be. It's easier to make assumptions that reflect today or tomorrow's thinking, but restrict the ability to change those boundaries again. Fortunately, a good abstraction still leaves a lot of room. So this kind of gets into this thing where we're like, I think framework dev, we should ask, what are we trying to do? The answer is build apps or translate brain ideas into workable things. Instead, we tend to focus on alleviating pain points from existing systems through incremental progress rather than heading upstream. I think this is interesting because I think it's kind of perhaps misrepresenting, like people, I think people, as I mentioned, think I worked on Solid as a way of addressing pain points. I didn't, which I actually clarify here a bit. In your case, Ryan, I think you've already demonstrated incredible progress feats with Solid, but I challenge you to apply your talent to solving entirely app building experience with none of the preconceived notions we carry today. Basic situation is, if I were a brand new developer in, say, the year 2030 and I had an idea project, how would I want my experience to be, what to solve, and how easy would it be? Then we bridge the gap to make it reality. And I said, right, I think about the future a lot. I honestly don't know what it would look like, but I only have hints of what the qualities it should have. So I focus on the minimal assumptions I need to make and leave the bike shining to others. Those opinions will change over time. And I think this whole conversation, there's a lot of back and forth here. And I kind of mentioned here, yeah, in terms of decision making, I wanted to clarify that I never saw my work in Solid as fixing React. It was more the opposite. I felt React's philosophy was missing from reactive systems, and that they had learned something important that others had missed. See, and he goes, I keep thinking about how powerful your fine-grained reactivity demos are, completely outside of component scope, but the very idea clashes with my idea that a lazy dev wants fewer controls, not more. So how do we take elegant concepts and use them under the hood to enable powerful DX, kind of like how we abstracted away absolute power of ASISM years ago. And I love this conversation because I think it is actually the pure argument between solid versus svelte, and in a sense, React on the solid side of things, or React versus svelte or whatever. And even though React is now kind of crossing that line, that's why it's interesting to me. And what I said is, how did I explain to him? I said, that's one problem to solve. I'm sort of just less worried about that. You know, at a certain point, people use this svelte like syntax on compiler because we had those controls. You could basically build on top of stuff. And I said, I see the lazy dev clash, but I can't be bothered too much by that. Lazy devs will always exist, and what is acceptable to them is tangential to fashion. Essentially, it's whatever is fashionable, whatever we decide is acceptable on the DX side. However, using primitives to build UIs was faux pas when React Simple Pojo State came on the scene. This is when React came out. But we still ended up moving on to where we are today with hooks. So I think the message here is it's good that certain people are focused on how to build the experience that makes sense today on how the future should look like. I think that's what we all do to a certain extent. But the patterns that we use do change over time, and we learn from them. And if we try and sit too far in the future, we might end up with something maybe like web components, which in one side clearly makes sense to be the one possible future, but then the whole world has gone a different direction. So it's a balance in terms of how much you want to work there, and not every solution can actually cater to every sort of problem, like, and person even. Like, it's good that we can accommodate the lazy dev, but for a certain project, it doesn't make sense to actually have them define what you do. Anyway. Right, but yeah, I mean, the idea here is that people don't want to do the work, and I'm probably the person with the least sympathy towards that. It's funny, we when you work on a framework, you care about DX and UX so much. You get into those details, and you're like, okay, how do we balance it so that it makes sense, that it's intuitive, that it doesn't feel cumbersome? You get into all those elements and find the balance where you keep control, explicit it, implicit it. There's those decision points at every point. But it's like every single one of those is a trade-off, and you start trying to figure out, you have multiple parties you serve, right? It's almost like a stakeholder on any kind of project. You're like, okay, you have these users, and these users. And it's an interesting question to define who are the stakeholders that you care the most about. And I can see that Svelte actually does cater to the lazy dev, or like, it's not lazy necessarily, but someone who just wants to get something done. In a sense, Astro does to a certain degree too. But I mean, these decisions come at a cost. Yeah. I mean, we can say that from that perspective, that we've made things simpler in a certain way because we're not fighting certain things. But what I'm getting at is, like, Vue has basically the same reactive system, and I would argue that they're closer to Svelte on the scale because that's something that they care about. And this is where the values meet the metal, so to me, the tire meets the road, because there's going to be certain people that work on that developer experience. You ever hear Rich talk? He's like, I want to envision that future where developers can just tell the computer what they want it to do, and it'll just do it. And I want to bridge that gap as much as possible and not worry about figure out how we can do that, but figure out how we can help people build stuff, convert those intentions in. And I feel like the recent direction of React has been that way. But I'm much more interested in how. I want to know how it works. Like, that's all fine, but if you can't deliver on it, like, there's a huge difference in experience if something's fast or slow, even if it's the ideal scenario. But if it's too slow, then it's no good. That happens in a lot of cases. And sure, I'm not saying things can't be fast enough. I'm just saying that sometimes the mechanical pieces and understanding the fundamentals is as, like, the journey is as important as the goal. But that's what I'm saying. This is a deeply philosophical question when you get into that zone. So I think this is interesting because I feel like these kind of conversations are going to come up again. Same way that benchmarks have been coming up again and performance. As I said, I'm very, maybe my last topic here is that I'm glad that we got some pull requests here. Improved DOM render performance. Yeah, I mean, this is unfair. This is in dev mode, but this is actually from my computer. The first time I ran Quick on the JS Framework benchmark. This is just absurd. The real numbers are still back here, but it's more like 2, not 150. But they're doing really good work here, and it looks like the expectation is, if I was to project based on this new update that Quick's doing, this 0.8 behind Preact. Yeah, faster than React, probably in around mithril range. So that, like, a little slower than Preact is what they're kind of aiming for this first release, which is huge because look at this execution line and look at this side. So I'm excited. They're approaching beta soon. We'll be able to get the benchmarks in for real and see exactly where it sits. But Quick is making big improvements to performance here. That's the first thing. And then the second benchmark thing I want to point out here is that I think we're making good progress to where was I going to say? We're starting to see Starbeam, the universal renderer from the Ember team, is starting to make implementations. They've added a lit implementation and an integration, I believe, with React. So this is kind of interesting to see cross framework state management. So I mean, obviously stuff like MobX works like that, and you could probably use some React stuff. But I'm actually, it's interesting to see this. The maintainer of this repo is going away, has been on vacation, so I've got to put a new solid version in it. Millions hasn't been merged yet, and it kind of caused a bit of a kerfuffle yesterday on Reddit because someone just ran it locally, and they're like, Millions is slower than React. Why are they advertising that they're 11 times faster on their page? And I think this is a little bit complicated scenario because obviously different benchmarks weigh different amounts. I think some tuning needs to be happening. I think that's probably why this PR hasn't been merged. It's been a month, so I think there's some work being done here. Yeah, both keyed and non-keyed is working. Pretty sure million ends. Yeah, so there. Hopefully in the next few days this will get resolved. But I think this is just kind of, the creator of Millions is really smart 17-year-old talked to him a couple times, shared some white paper stuff he's been working on. He's been doing a lot of research into this area, and I'm very interested to see what his determinations are. But I think it is important, as much as we get excited about benchmarks and stuff, to try our best to have certain, like, possibility of doubt, so to speak, and to use multiple benchmarks to kind of make the determination of where performance sits. I like JS Framework Benchmark because it actually tests so many different things, but this isn't the only benchmark out there. And it saves us sometimes, everyone's kind of gone through this. I think IMBA a few years ago was saying they were 20 times faster than React, and they weren't. They had pretty good performance, but I think this is one of those things where, it's really tempting to count your chickens, so to speak. So, I imagine this stuff will be getting through. Also, Preact team's been hinting on Twitter that they have a big release coming out soon. So hopefully next week is the week. I'm hoping to see whatever this reactive thing that there is. You better believe that I'm going to be there front row center to benchmark it. So I'm very excited for hopefully the next week in JavaScript. And with that, I think we are done for today. So thank you for joining me on This Week in JavaScript. All right. This is a long stream. It's already 5 o'clock. This is probably the longest stream I've ever done. It's been 5 hours. There's so much stuff going on, so I gotta bail out pretty quick here. If you haven't already, give the like button, subscribe, all that deal. I appreciate it. Helps me a lot. I'll be releasing This Week in JavaScript as separate videos pretty soon, and I think that'll be fun for people to kind of be able to get into the content and make it more accessible. I don't think my stuff is as clippable as Theo's. Maybe one day when I get an editor, but for now, I'll put timestamps in and hopefully you guys can find the gold, so to speak. All right. So with that, I am going to go. You all have a great weekend. Till next time.